Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the 2022 Nigeria Fintech Week. I thought I would get some excitement, when they announce something as big as this. Okay, we are warming up this morning. Let's do it again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the 2022 Nigeria Fintech Week. Okay. All right, so as you're all aware, the theme is navigating the next normal, sustainable impact in fintech, e-government, and emerging technologies. And I'm really excited to welcome everyone who is joining in online or physically. We're really excited that you're joining in, whether you're joining in from home, from work, or from wherever you are. We're coming to you live from Landmark Center, Lagos. And my name is Temi Badru, excited to be your host today. Now, I trust you had a wonderful networking breakfast. Thought it was good. And I believe that you also enjoyed the conference yesterday. It was insightful. It was really insightful. There were lots of fun, lots of games and networking. I think networking was key. And this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we're set to begin another conference or another day of the conference, a continuation that would give us a rich experience. So it will be even more insightful, more fun, and there will be room for networking. Now, speaking about networking, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to disturb you a little this morning, whether you're joining in online or offline or physically here. Please, may I ask that we all please rise? Please. Quick exercise. Thank you. Quick exercise this morning. Thank you. Please, let's rise. I'd also ask our physical audience to please walk around to the next table beside you or 2 tables away from you. Say hello to people there and introduce yourself to at least one person. Please, let's start with networking this morning. I know that we've networked over breakfast, but this is another opportunity to do that. So please, I'm going to be looking at us to find who is networking and who is not, but I'm glad that everyone is doing that. Maybe you could give them your business card. I like what's happening over there. Exchange of business card. Who knows what will come out of this? So please, let's network. Now, our virtual audience are not left out. This is another opportunity for you to network. On the chat box or in the chat box, please put in your name, your location, and occupation, your organization as well. Your name, your location, occupation, and organization. Would love to hear from you. Looking at my right, I can see that there's not a lot of networking happening at the right side of the hall. So please, may I ask that we please move around and network? Meet at least one person today. Thank you. So I'll give us some time to network, exchange your business card, listen to the person, and get to know them. Thank you, thank you. There's a lot of networking at the left part of the hall. I think we need to do better at the right part of the hall. Please, let's go ahead and network. Great, great to see networking happening. And of course, online, please drop a message with your name, your location, and organization. And as the conference goes on, I would go online and read some of your comments. I'll read some of your comments. Please, our virtual audience are welcome to drop feedback, drop questions, drop comments as the conference goes on. Okay, we've got 2 more minutes for networking, so please don't stop. Please continue to network. 2 more minutes to network. So as we wrap up the networking session, please may I ask that we please bring out our mobile devices as we wrap up the networking session. Please bring out your mobile devices and take a picture, a selfie with the person you are networking with. Let's kick off this way. Take a selfie with the person you are networking with. Networking continues. On the table to my left, there's not a lot of networking here. Please move around, take a selfie with the person you are networking with. Okay, great. I like the selfie, the group selfie going on at the back of the hall over there. Take a picture so that you can remember the person and the person could remember you and you say, oh, we met at the Fintech conference. Thank you. Okay, great. All right, I understand that we don't want to stop networking, but we have to wrap up now. We'll have other opportunities to network in the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's take our seat as we're set to dive into the conference. Please let's take our seat. Thank you. Please let's take our seat, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to dive in. And I don't want to eat into the time for the first session, so I want to make sure that we're right on track. Please let's take our seat. I'll ask the ushers to please help direct our participants to take their seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. Networking is over for now. Please let's take our seat. I'm about to bring up the first speaker, Mayowa Kuduro, so please let's take our seat as we're set to begin. Thank you. You know, the beautiful thing about networking is when you tell people to start, they are a bit reluctant. But once they start, it's difficult to end it. So please, I'll ask us not to end it now, but to please just pause it. Let's hold on till we continue. And I'll ask the ushers to please help direct our participants to take their seats. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I think it will be fair to say that as the conference continues, for every business relationship that comes out of this conference, the Fintech Association deserves 10% of it. Is it fair? Is it fair? 10%, is it too small? For every business relationship that comes out of this networking, the Fintech Association deserves 10%. And maybe because I, moderated this networking, maybe the Fintech Association will give me 1% of it. All right. Now we're set to begin with the first session. But first of all, I'd like to remind us that as always, you can connect with us on social media. Our handles are on Twitter, Fintech Week NG, on Instagram, Nigeria Fintech Week, on Facebook, Nigeria Fintech Week, and on LinkedIn, Nigeria Fintech Week. Those are our handles, and you can connect with us on social media. So again, you can connect with us on social media, and don't forget to use the hashtag NFW2022. That's the hashtag to use as we continue conversations, NFW2022. So when you post that selfie, that picture, that tweet, don't forget to use the hashtag NFW2022. Thank you very much. Now we're set to begin with our keynote opening. And just 1 month ago, ladies and gentlemen, McKinsey released a report titled Fintech in Africa, the Beginning of the End. And this report is an outlook of the fintech landscape in Africa. And this morning, we're very privileged to have a partner at McKinsey come up to share some highlights, some key findings of the report. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, and if you would please just hold on with networking for a bit, please join me as I welcome Mayowa Kuduro. Let's give her a round of applause as she kicks off with the keynote opening. Thank you.
Thank you, Tolu, for that warm introduction. Good morning, everybody. I have the dubious or wonderful privilege to be given the opening remarks this morning. My name is Mayowa Kuduro. I'm a partner at McKinsey & Company based out of our Lagos office. I lead the work we do with fintechs across Africa, and as Tolu mentioned just now, we wrote a report about a month ago, just over a month ago, looking at the fintech landscape in Africa, trying to understand, because there's a lot of noise and a lot of excitement about fintechs in Africa, so we wanted to sort of bring together a body of work that really puts in one place what is happening in the Africa fintech landscape. We looked at sort of sizing, we looked at the activities, and so on and so forth. And I will share with you a few highlights from the report. Wonderful, the presentation is here. Now, if technology can help me, am I supposed to point to the screen or to something? Where do I point to make it move? Okay, thank you. Are we moving? We're not moving. You know what? I'll just tell you when to move. Can you move to the next slide, please? Thank you. We called our report the end of the beginning for fintechs across Africa. And a lot of people said, that's a very interesting name. Why do you call it the end of the beginning? And there were a number of reasons we thought that fintechs were coming to the end of the S-curve in Africa. The first thing that I would say is that when you look at the size of revenues of fintechs in Africa and see how they've penetrated the financial services system, across Africa, we're about 3 to 5%. Nigeria specifically is around 3% of total financial services revenues. And those numbers are actually very similar today to what you would see in more developed markets such as the US, the UK, and so on and so forth. So from a revenue perspective, we're actually, almost on par or at par with more developed markets. The second reason now we said, look, we're at the end of the beginning, was that when you looked at, the maturity cycle and the activities where fintechs across Africa and again in Nigeria are participating in, we've sort of built a lot of the fundamental rails that help to drive fintech activity. And now we're seeing more and more fintechs come into more and more complicated financial services. So that's another point to note. The third point to note is, I'm sure everybody is aware of all the news and all the press that you've been seeing about startups and fintechs. And we see sort of 3 or 4 big issues and big challenges that fintechs will have to face. Again, very similar to what you would experience in other sort of more developed markets. These challenges include the challenge of scale. How do you make sure that you are building businesses that have both the number of customers, but also the revenue growth to warrant some of the investments going in there? The second thing is navigating an uncertain regulatory framework. A lot of our fintechs today in Africa are operating in one market, but a lot of people also have ambitions to go across markets. However, one of the things that you would hear is that regulation in Nigeria is very different from regulation in South Africa, it's very different from regulation in Ghana, even within the same common market area. So navigating that has been one of the big challenges. Thirdly, and I think it's very important, in fact, even today there was news in the press about this, which is building very robust corporate governance and robust sort of systems around the ideas that we're generating. And then finally, and I think this one is a big one for fintechs, for incumbents, for anybody operating in this market, which is a talent question. And I know there's a panel around talent later on, either today or tomorrow. But the big talent question is a problem that we all collectively have to address if we're going to build sustainable businesses on the continent. So if you please go to the next page. Thank you. And sorry, I'm a consultant, so we like to bring PowerPoint slides. I think this is a very exciting picture. I apologize, it has a lot of different, actually, I think you skipped a page. Can you go back, please? Thank you. And go back. Thank you. Wonderful. What we try to do, because everybody says fintech, and we try to actually lay out the activities that fintechs participate in. On the left-hand side of the page, we start with a very simple, what we call account management. So basically opening an account, a wallet, whether it's a digital bank or so on and so forth, all the way to the more complicated on my right-hand side, which has to do with things like wealth management, blockchain, cryptocurrency, and so on and so forth. And under each one of those verticals, there are sub-activities that we see fintechs playing in. And then underlying each one of these activities are an operations and infrastructure layer. So we just try to say, let us map, because at my last count in Nigeria, I think we have close to 400, 500 fintechs. Across Africa, I think the number is maybe 2,000. So we wanted to actually just map out what are the activities that we see fintechs playing in, so people can begin to understand what is going on there. On the next page, we saw that the predominance, if you just flip down to one more page, please, we saw that the predominant activities for fintechs in Nigeria, actually, but also Africa, is to the left-hand side of the page, right? So a lot of fintechs are involved in wallets and peer-to-peer payments, bill payments, remittances on the customer side. And then on the B2B side, we see offline payments and online payments as well. Where we're not seeing as much activity, I think there is a bit, is sort of retail lending, wealth management, and some of the more complicated financial services I had talked about. I think the good news, though, is that when you think about the fundamentals and the rails to actually power what I would term more advanced financial services, we are actually quite well penetrated in Nigeria and across the continent. So I think this is a really bright spot for us as we think about where we're going. And then the next page then sort of takes all those categories and says, what does the market look like? For me, there's a number of reasons for excitement. One is if you look at the growth, and this is historical growth of these areas, and what we did was we tried to size, what is the pool of money that is available for fintechs to address. If you look at the growth rate of 9% between 2015 and 2020, that is above GDP. If we all agree, I think the last numbers I saw for our average GDP between 2015 and 2019 was close to, call it 2-3%. So the financial services industries and the pool of money that is available to fintechs has been growing above GDP. And it's even projected to grow even further, driven by a number of things. One is that we have a very young population. Average age is 20, which means that the early adopters are the bulk of the population, and they will continue to use the products. I think the second thing that also gives a lot of sort of optimism is actually looking at the investment flows that have come into Africa. We've seen a lot, and even Nigeria. Nigeria alone contributes 45% of all investments into the fintech industry in Africa between 2015 and 2020. Thirdly, this is a very innovative, every day there's new ideas coming through. So we feel like there's a lot of reason for a hope and optimism. A couple of verticals that are growing quite fast. One is wallets. We expect to see a lot of wallets sort of coming up in the future with the approval of licensing of PSB banks and so on and so forth. The second is also retail lending. If you look at other markets where that has been sort of relatively, democratized, we've seen quite a high growth in retail lending. Thirdly, remittances, which is where a market that collects a lot of remittances flows. Unfortunately, I don't think the last mile delivery problem has been solved yet, but there are a few, again, very, very interesting companies coming up in that space, and the margins are relatively high. So we expect to see quite a lot of growth there. All right, on the next page, I just put this here to sort of take a zoom out and say, where is Nigeria relative to Africa and what is happening across Africa? We have sort of 4 categories of markets when we see fintech. And I think one of the things that is actually very specific to our climb is the fact that when we talk about fintech, we talk about 3 types of entities. We have our telecom operators who are heavily involved in other markets with mobile money and so on and so forth. We have the banks, right? And then we have what I would term the new ventures, also all participating in what I would term as the fintech revenue pools. Drop-dead market, because one, we have what I would term the rails to enable sort of fintech activity. We have instant payments, and we have quite a lot of dynamism in the industry. Unlike a Ghana next door, where the bulk of what I would term the fintech activity there is driven by the telcos. So they have 150% of their GDP moving through mobile money today. So it's very much a mobile money-led market. If you look at South Africa and Morocco, there are a lot of the innovations that are actually coming from the banks, and the banks have a very, very high hold on sort of the disruption in the financial services market. And then what I would term as the crossroads markets, such as the ones in Francophone West Africa, where you have relatively, I would say 50-50 participation of telcos, of disruptors, but also of the banks. So there, the jury's out as to who's going to win in those markets. Finally, if you just move to the last slide, I think, to unlock the true potential of fintechs, I think it's, and one of the reasons I'm really excited about what is happening in this room today is that you have so many different types of players coming together to have a conversation about this industry. But I think, we think about 3 levels of participants that need to come in and help drive growth in the industry. I think one is the role that the regulators have to play in encouraging sort of innovation, but also ensuring that customers are protected. Secondly, fintechs and incumbents. I think here the big question is, how do you build talent and train? Every day, I was telling someone, every day I get a request to say, are there any ex-McKinsey consultants who would love to come and work at my startups? People are always talking about, I'm looking for a CFO, I'm looking for a CEO, I'm looking for somebody, right? So the talent question is a very important one. And then the question that we also have to ask ourselves is, do we need to build in the fact that even though we train talent is very, very fungible because people are going and moving up and down. So how do we make sure that we build in the right redundancies, given that people are also moving up and down, and then also partnering, right? I think if you look across the world, and actually also in Africa and in Nigeria, how do we come together? Because I don't think, people always ask me, who's going to win? Is it telcos? Is it going to be fintechs? Is it going to be the banks? I actually think that the problem that we're trying to solve requires everybody to come together. We're in a country where 40% of our adult population still doesn't have access to financial services. So everybody has to come together to solve the problem. And then finally, investors, because I think we're going to need capital and patient capital to grow this industry. So we talk about the work that they need to focus on value over valuation and ensuring that we're building right, sustainable businesses that are addressing the issues in our markets. So finally, I have one more slide that I would like to share with you. I think just to recap, I think there are sort of 5 key messages. One is that the fintech is booming on the continent. I think it's a bright spot that has grown despite all that's happening in our markets today. I think our digital infrastructure to support it is still developing, but we have the right fundamentals for the most part. I think that multiple income streams are very, very necessary for us to grow. And I think this is where we talk about value over valuation and ensuring that we're building the right businesses that can solve the problems that we have. And then finally, ensuring that there is the right regulatory environment to support our businesses. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maiwa. It was an insightful report, and for everyone who would like to, just read it, she's just giving a few tips or some highlights of the report. You can access the report, full report, on McKinsey's website. Now, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had product pitches, and it was an opportunity to really just listen to the innovative startups or the innovative products that have come out of, Nigerians. And we're just excited to have another product pitch. We're going to be having other product pitches, but the first one for today is a pitch on Whisper SMS by Liberty Assured. Please, a round of applause as the representative comes up to pitch the product.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I have just 10 minutes, so I'm going to make this as brief as possible. I want to please implore us to bring out our phones and try something for me, please. Can you please dial *347 *180 *18 hash? Don't worry, I'll be rewarding the first 20 people to finish this activity. *347 *180 *18 hash. Oh, it's not clear? *347 *180 *18 hash. You said? Come again, please. Okay, good. The code again, *347 *180 *18 hash. Okay, so let me just take you guys down. I'll be giving you guys a short story. Whisper SMS is a business that was born out of the need to communicate to a group of customers or consumers because of the communication gap that we noticed between our business and our customers. So we decided to come up with a product or with a project that would be able to communicate directly to your Android phones or your iOS phones. So we called it an A2P messaging platform that has the business-to-business and business-to-customer solution. So what does this whole product do? So it does the voice SMS, it does the regular SMS, the OTP, rich card SMS, and WhatsApp OTP. Now, the major highlight for today's presentation is the rich card SMS. For those of us that dialed this code, you would see that an image of Whisper came alongside the message that you got. That is one of the most unique features of SMS in today's technology. In Nigeria today, maybe 1 or 2% of the SMS messaging platforms has this particular technology. And the truth is this: people want to visualize what you have. People want to know the product you are trying to sell to them. They want the logo, they want the brand, they want to feel the brand. And that is why we thought about the rich card communication system. Moving forward, 400%. So, like as I was saying earlier, we needed to reach out to our customers. After the pandemic, so let me give you an insight. My company used to do the regular lending, the market women lending, where we give group loans, individual loans, and we ran into a lot of debt during the pandemic, like a lot of debt. A debt running into hundreds of millions, and we had to look for a way to get this money back. And we thought about how can we actually do this. We reached out to a lot of SMS messaging platforms, and we spent tens of millions trying to get mass messages across to these customers. And then we thought about it that, come on, we are technology guys. We can actually build a platform, provided we get the license, though. And then we started chasing after the license. And then Central Bank was good to us after like 2 years. And then we got the license. And then when we got the license, we thought about, okay, how do we now start messaging these people? Then we started from onboarding. You would agree with me that a lot of money is lost between the process of trying to get an agent or a customer and when the customer completes the onboarding process. So most people actually start the onboarding process, but because there's no connection between yourself and this customer, you lose the customer. And a lot of money has been invested in ensuring that this customer's KYC is properly done. A lot of money, some of us use MetaMap, the ID verifier and the likes, and you spend a lot of money trying to achieve these things. But in the real sense, why can't you find a way to simplify your onboarding? And then we thought about the 400%. When we started Whisper SMS, we were able to achieve our onboarding process to be at least 98%, and that has been happening for the past 2 years now. That means our onboarding process over time has increased by 400%. That will not happen with rich card SMS, because when they see the message, they know that, okay, these guys are actually real. I have seen this logo somewhere before. I have seen this brand somewhere before. That means these people, to a very large extent, are real. So there's less churn whenever you're trying your messages. There's increased revenue. Then you would agree with me again that whenever the onboarding process has been completed, the chance of you converting that customer is now about at least 80%. In that instance, you are going to increase your revenue, and then there's security. Security comes with OTP. That means when your customers are able to interact with you directly, you'll find a way to secure the channel between yourself and the customers. The OTP comes to only the owner of the phone, or only the owner of the phone number. And moving forward. And then we also did some sort of research to realize that SMS messaging in Nigeria is unlike email marketing. Email marketing, most people, I hardly check my Gmail. The email I probably check a lot is my work email, because that is where things happen. My Gmail, I hardly check it. And if you are thinking of doing email marketing, you probably fall into the set of customers that I am. But we thought about SMS and we realized that people could touch their phones every minute. So there's a chance that they will see your message and probably read your message. So the open rate of SMS in Nigeria today is about 98%. The read rate about your SMS, so people open it but do not read it. But because of the nature or content of your SMS, people get to read it, right? Because you are now using rich card SMS, like I said. People get to read it, and then you get about a lower rate, about 82%, which is quite reasonable. And then conversion rates, because you are looking at, okay, how do I convert this set of people to actually now patronize my products? To a large extent, you are not even looking at converting 100% of them. But for any business, if you do a campaign and you achieve 10% conversion rate, that's successful for me. But with SMS, you can actually convert about 29% of these customers. And then the phone subscribers in Nigeria today, my baby has a phone, and my baby is not even 10 years old yet. So everybody has a phone in Nigeria today. So what are the features of Whisper SMS today? Message analytics. On our platform today, you can see the senders, how many messages are delivered, how many of these messages have been read, how many of these messages of these people have actually gone through the process of probably onboarding and the likes. You can see all of these analytics on our platform. You can also use the voice and SMS OTP. That means if you want to increase the personification of your process, you can encourage them to use voice OTP for those that cannot actually, or that are visually impaired. So you can actually have them use the voice OTP. You can do message scheduling. So maybe you want to send a set of messages to your people, maybe every morning or every evening, and you don't want to spam them a lot. You can actually schedule when these messages will go out. You can also do rich communication services, again, rich card SMS, and then you can send personalized messages. When the president of the Fintech Nigeria sent a mail yesterday morning, and I saw his personal mail, I said, how did he get my email address? Something like that is what they call personalized messages. But you can do that with SMS as well. So what's new in the market again? Like I say, rich card SMS. Rich card SMS basically is the new norm. But a lot of people don't do it in Nigeria, and you'll be opportune to actually get it done with Whisper SMS. So another thing is this. One of the most important features why we are here today is that it is not compulsory that you actually get these things done via onboarding. You can actually get our messaging via API exchange. So today, a lot of people need transaction balances, loan balances. For those of us that have the agent network services, how do you notify your customers of transactions that have been done on their platforms? How do you notify them of a login process or a successful login, or someone trying to actually infiltrate their account? How do you notify them of their account changing? So these are the kind of messages that you get through API exchange. And the good thing is this: if you feel that your business, which I actually believe that all fintechs needs this kind of API connection to get our platform, our engineers are around today to actually get you started on that. So you can actually do service notification, downtime or uptime message automation, product updates, automated upselling and cross-selling, and then dispute resolution on the platform. For agency banking platforms today, my time is almost done. For agency platform today, the major problem that you have is dispute resolution. Lots more can be done via API exchange on the Whisper SMS platform. Again, I ask, so how do we fund these wallets or make payments? You can pay via bank debit cards, very easy. You can do your bank transfer, which is quite convenient for everybody. And then you can dial via USSD code. You can see that even using that same string, you can actually make payments. Now, what are the business or customer solutions that we have? We have OTP, I've mentioned all of this before, and then WhatsApp SMS. Oh, okay, I might have missed. How do you get onboarded? You get onboarded by dialing star 347 star 180 star 18 hash, or you come and see us at our booth, and I'm very sure that you can get onboarded today and start using our SMS today. So for those of us that finished, that got it, I will be giving free sessions or free SMS solutions to the first 20 people that dialed that form. We'll have the list, and then we can continue. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, I was just coming up to remind him that he promised the first 20 people that did it, a gift. So I'm glad. But did anybody notice that once there's an incentive, people are very eager to do something? The first time he mentioned that, we should dial it, people were reluctant. And he said, I will give a gift to the first 20. Everybody just took their phone, like, fast. Wow. And I'm just hoping that also there's a gift for people online, because there are people who are joining in online who have also, done this and have taken part in it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the conference. It's been really nice to see so many innovative startups come and pitch their products. And now we're moving on to another presentation. I'm excited about this one because you would agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that the ecosystem is incomplete without the regulators. The regulators are a very important part of the ecosystem. And so it's time to hear from a regulator. I'm excited to welcome the EVC of Nigeria Communications Commission, Professor Umar Dambata, for a presentation on navigating the next normal. A round of applause for Professor Umar Dambata as he takes the stage. You're welcome, sir.
I'd like to appreciate the organizers of this program for the quality. I am not a regular person, so you don't catch me doing the same thing twice. My name is Engineer Austin Konyegwa-Chianwa-Ulune, and I am the Director of Digital Economy at the NCC. I hold a doctorate degree in telecommunications engineering and a PhD in engineering management. Before being the Director of Digital Economy from February last year, I was Director of Spectrum Administration for 8 years. But I get more excited every time I have this opportunity to be a professor for 20 minutes. So I am Professor Umar Dambata because I am representing him, and I'm going to present his keynote exactly the way it's approved. So you are going to listen to me deliver the keynote address of Professor Umar Dambata, and the thing is reading, so once the time passes, don't call me professor. So this is a keynote by Professor Omar Dambata. He's a fellow academic of engineers. He's a fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers. He's a fellow of renewable energy. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Engineering. Okay, so this is not a keynote presentation by a consultant. It's a keynote address by a chief regulator of the telecom industry. So I say good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to speak to you on navigating the next normal, sustainable impact in fintech, e-government, and emerging technologies at this year's Fintech 2022 week. The Nigerian Communications Commission, by the provision of the Nigerian Communications Act 2003, is saddled with the responsibility of regulating the telecommunications sector, which is a significant player for the thriving of the fintech subsector. The shift to digital is the next normal, actually the now normal, as financial services and payments are now powered by mobile phones, providing access to new data, embracing technological innovations, and changing mindsets of users. The backbone of the fintech and any emerging technology is hyperconnectivity, which means growing interconnectedness of people, organizations, and machines that result from the internet, mobile technologies, and the Internet of Things. It is crucial for motivating enterprises to invest in ICT infrastructure and services and for fostering a creative business climate. It is therefore imperative to note that NCC, being the regulator of the communication sector, is responsible for ensuring that regulation is innovative, technology neutral, competitively neutral, protects the consumers, and meets the needs of the robust operating environment that the digital economy has created. The digital economy is taking shape and changing conventional notions about how businesses are designed, how firms network, and how consumers obtain services, information, and goods. It is in recognition of the impact of the digital economy that Nigeria developed its guiding policy and strategy document known as National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy. NCC has positioned itself to ensure full implementation of its responsibilities as communicated in the NDEPS. The National Economy Policy Strategy, that's the NDEPS, 2020-2030, was developed in accordance with the mandate of the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy to transform every aspect of modern life in Nigeria, for Nigeria to be a global leader in digital economy, as well as facilitating the diversification of the economy and achievement of key national objectives. The 8 pillars that support this policy and strategy are developmental regulation, which provides support for the effective regulation of the digital technology sector. Pillar 2, digital literacy and skills, provision of policy backing for massive digital skills training of Nigerians in order to enhance digital literacy. Solid infrastructure is the third, development of broadband infrastructure to deepen broadband penetration. Fourth one is service infrastructure to support for government digital services and provision of robust digital platforms to drive the digital economy. 5 is digital service development and promotion. That's the development of a viable digital economy ecosystem that supports and engender innovation among micro, small, and medium in the use and adoption of digital services and platforms. Then the seventh is digital society and emerging technologies to ensure that gains of digital economy are mapped to indices of well-being in the lives of ordinary citizens. Then number 8, indigenous content development and adoption, which provides a framework that gives preference to digitally skilled Nigerians for government-funded projects. Before I go further, I'd like to touch briefly on the 3 main components of this topic, which are fintech, e-government, and emerging technologies. According to wikipedia.org, the term fintech simply refers to the technology and innovation that aims to compete with traditional financial methods in the delivery of financial services, while e-government is defined as the use of technological communication devices such as computers and internet to provide public services to citizens and other persons in a country or region. Finally, emerging technologies are technologies whose development, practical applications, or both, are still largely unrealized, such that they are figuratively emerging into prominence from a background of non-existence or obscurity. Due to the enormous advantage of information technology, the financial sector tends to utilize this technology in conducting financial transactions. Thus, financial technology or fintech emerged as a phenomenon in the information system, which involved design and or delivery of financial services and products through technology. Thus, governments have to implement financial technology to facilitate citizens obtaining services. From the proud definition of e-government, it is clear that government need to use and keep up with the modern technologies to deliver better government services to its citizens, as it can achieve accountability, transparency, and citizens' participation in the development of government performance and efficiency and accuracy of services performance provided to citizens. Using fintech, government has developed portals for the provision of government services such as telephone e-billing payments, electricity e-billing payments, birth certificate issuing, among others, including customs and immigration. Fintech, as one of the technologies used to facilitate various services obtaining processes to continuously aim to achieve the following goals. I won't number them, I will just read them. Achieve and promote financial inclusion and subsequently inclusive growth. Improve speed, convenience, and efficiency of financial services. Provide affordable financial services for underserved small and medium enterprises and unbanked population. Reduce delays and costs in cross-border remittances. Enhance efficiency and transparency of government operations, which lead to facilitation of social and humanitarian transfers, in addition to reduce corruption. Provide solutions for small challenges such as endemic corruption, informal transfers, and large e-remittance markets, unbanked people, undiversified economies, large income disparities, vulnerability to terrorism, and large displaced population. Then enabling non-financial cooperation, such as e-commerce firms like Amazon, Alibaba, Apple, then mobile transfer companies, mobile network operators, and large retail networks to offer financial services such as payments and online lending solutions. Enabling existing banks to develop new business models. Fourth Industrial Revolution. The fourth Industrial Revolution, which has already taken the world by storm, is commonly referred to as Industrial Internet of Things, or smart manufacturing. The digital technology will drive massive activities in manufacturing and supply chain management, economic activities, finance, research, and governance, among many others. Another technology that is relevant to emerging technologies and service delivery is the 5G technology. With the issuance of the final letter of award of 5G spectrum by the NCC, the licensees are expected to commence rollout of the 5G services in August, and indeed, one of them did. Under the current digital technology ecosystem that entails the transmission of massive data across platforms, trade, commerce, gaming, research, entertainment, artificial intelligence, robotics, sports, finance, and so on, in real time and at giga speeds. All growing concerns are faced with the common challenge globally of the need, that's the requirement for effective connectivity, access to real-time insights across platforms, processes, partners, products, markets, and people. Previous generation of mobile network technologies lack the capacity to carry and transmit the massive data generated under the fourth industrial revolution, Internet of Everything. And that resulted into the birth of the fifth generation of mobile networks. 5G is an enabler of digital economy development and growth, required to put the national economy at some comparative advantage in the world stage. The benefits of 5G: intelligent connectivity enabled by 5G will be and is catalyst for socio-economic growth in the fourth industrial revolution. Social value creation by enabling sustainable cities and communities and promoting decent work and economic growth. Significant economic and social value gain through use of technological applications that will industrial advances. Beyond the technological benefits, 5G is expected to facilitate the localization of several emerging technologies, facilitate innovative use cases, spur significant socioeconomic growth, and private sector-led job creation. Conclusion. The role of the NCC can be summarized as providing enabling environment for the deployment of digital infrastructure, development of human capacity to innovate and create digital to use the digital services provided by the innovators and entrepreneurs. Collaboration between the NCC and other stakeholders is very vital. NCC has continuously shown willingness to work with regulators and other stakeholders to promote the development of fintech sector. We remain open to collaborative engagements in light of the launching of the 5G network and services it will produce for the fintech ecosystem. Conclusively, ladies and gentlemen, NCC acknowledges the importance of broadband development in the impact of fintech, e-government, and emerging technologies, and has therefore articulated all necessary measures through the NNBP, that's the Nigerian National Broadband, to expedite the development of infrastructure that will support the actualization of a Nigerian digital economy. Thank you. This is from Professor Omar Garba Dambata, the Chief Executive Officer and the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission. So now I return back. I am Engineer Austin Waulune, the Director of Digital Economy, Nigeria Communications Commission. Henceforth, don't call me Prof until I gain one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Umar Dambata, represented by a Director of Digital Economy at NCC, Engineer Augustine. Please, a round of applause for Engineer Augustine. Thank you so much for delivering the speech of Professor Umar Dambata. Ladies and gentlemen, if we take a look at, the agenda, and I think this is a good time to remind us that you can scan the QR code on the table to get the brochure, to get the conference agenda, so that you are acquainted with what is coming and what's coming next, and you just get acquainted with the program. I think that's very important. Now, if we take a look at the theme here, navigating the next normal, we see an essential part of this conversation just after the colon, and that is emerging technologies. And so the next conversation, which is going to be in the form of a panel, is focused on emerging technologies. The panelists are going to be discussing Web 3.0, decentralized finance. And so I look forward to learning much more about this, because they're going to be looking at how what fintech stands to gain in Web 3.0, and so on in the conversation. So I just want to urge us to sit back, get ready to learn, and as always, to share, to contribute to the conversations by your comments and your questions. And to those who are joining us online, please use the Q&A feature on the Zoom app to drop your questions, so that at the end of the session, the moderator can compile them and take on the questions and comments. We'd like to hear from those at home and those who are here physically. Now, moving on quickly to this session, I'd like to invite the moderator first, Tolulokpe Omoleye Oshindero, General Secretary at Fintech NGR, Head Legal and Compliance at Branch. Please, let's give a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage to receive our panelists. On this panel, we also have Uche Val Obi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Managing Partner at Alliance Law Firm. Today is represented by Albert Adu, a partner at Alliance Law Firm. A round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. You're welcome, sir. We also have Frank Atta, Group Head, E-Business at Providors. A round of applause. Ernest Mbekum, founder and CEO at Interseller Inc. Please, a round of applause. He's joining in virtually. But please, let's still celebrate our virtual panelists. He's joining in virtually. And maybe we can just project him on the screen so he can wave at us. As we move on to the next person, Tunji Odumu Boni, director at Mtech. A round of applause, please. And Oluchi Enebeli, senior smart contract engineer at Liquality. Over to the moderator.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this panel that we hope will be an interesting conversation. Timmy has already introduced us by saying that this is a panel that will be discussing emerging technology, decentralized finance. We will refer to it as DeFi through the course of this conversation. Before we start, I'd like to ask, maybe by show of hands, if we have participants here that are very familiar with DeFi. Happy for you to just indicate by showing your hands that, oh, I'm a veteran with DeFi. Let's take it a step further and go a bit granular. So I'm not going to ask this directly because I know that there might be some people might not want to indicate, but okay, do you own cryptocurrencies here? Or do you know anyone that owns cryptocurrencies? Okay, I can see one hand up. Do you know anyone that trades cryptocurrencies? Maybe not on an exchange, or, but that does that with their friends or, on a P2P channel. Thank you. I can see another hand. I can see hands up there. Thank you. Okay. Another layer to this would be, do you use your cryptocurrency as security to lend? So for liquidity purpose, say you need an urgent 2K, but then you have some crypto and you don't want to sell it yet. Have you ever used your crypto in that manner? I don't know if you're saying yes or you're just smiling at me. Okay, that's something that we're going to be discussing on this panel. And then we have very qualified panelists to take us through the conversation around DeFi, the use cases in Nigeria or in Africa at large. Why DeFi? Some of us are just getting caught up with fintech, digital banking, IoT, and all of that. And then there's DeFi. So that's what this panel is going to be discussing, and I'm hoping that it will be interesting and it'll be educative and it'll be informative for everyone. So I'm going to start. My first question will be to Ernest here, who's joining us virtually. Hi, Ernest, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can.
Hi, okay. So please, for the benefit of everyone that's listening, just give us a short introduction into what DeFi is.
Okay, new emerging technology that is, in a way, challenging the centralized system of traditional finance. And DeFi is built around distributed ledger technology, or what we call services faster, more secure, and also lowers the barriers to entry that are traditionally linked with centralized finance. The technology tends to be borderless. At this point, it's still early, even though it's almost 13 years old. It continues to challenge traditional systems and regulators who are still trying to understand how this can be applied without disrupting, and also mass market. And within Africa, where we face unique challenges with financial inclusion, this technology, DeFi, is seen as one of the pillars that could increase financial inclusion and address many of the challenges we face within Africa. But the technology is still new, and we are excited that within Africa, there's a lot of promise with governments beginning to dip their toes into these technologies with various...
There was mention of cryptography, there was smart contracts, there was centralization. I'd like to ask, just in terms, and then you also mentioned an important concept, financial inclusion. And I'm sure that, if you attended conference yesterday, you'd have heard at least two people talk about financial inclusion and whether we've moved the needle in terms of making financial services available to everyone in Nigeria. So Ernest, I think my next question to you would be in terms of clear examples, what's the DeFi, how is DeFi being used in Africa or maybe in Nigeria or generally in Africa? So in terms of, very clear use cases, what have you seen?
Yes, so there are a lot of use cases within Africa, not yet regulated. So they have a unique challenge in basically growing or getting acceptance within the traditional regulated framework. However, what we are doing at Interstellar is that we are working closely with the leading payment companies, and within Nigeria specifically, like InterSwitch. We are working with SystemSpect, Remitter. We are even collaborating with the central bank on the eNaira project, and also working with major institutions like the Africa Fintech Foundry, Access Bank, Sterling Bank, and others, to begin to explore how we could create a hybrid towards, DeFi, because it's a journey, and you have to be careful when you're working with new and innovative technologies. However, there are other players in Nigeria like AppZone and, organizations, Busher and the rest, that are taking a deep dive into this technology and creating solutions that can be used for maybe, say, cross-border services, digital payments, even solutions around real estate, where you can tokenize real estate. You can make fractional real estate where people don't have to buy complete plots of land, where people don't have to deal with the issues of fraud. So these are projects that are being undertaken with some institutions right now within Nigeria that are helping to address some of these challenges that we face. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernest. So I like the fact that you've even mentioned that you're working with some of the incumbents in Nigeria, and you're also working with central banks, and that's a conversation we'll have, much later during this panel. And that brings me to Uche. Why DeFi?
Yeah, thanks. Why DeFi? I think that to answer that question, the answer to that exists in what DeFi presents, right? Like Mr. Enes said, DeFi brings about, based on the technology that DeFi is built on, blockchain technology, right? It brings about decentralization. It brings about more innovative solutions around finance, right? Like decentralized lending, decentralized borrowing, right? And you'd see that over time, the rate of adoption of DeFi has greatly increased in like Nigeria and Africa, and then the question comes to like why, right? Why people leaving the traditional financial system and then running towards DeFi? What is DeFi presenting to us that makes it very attractive? So I think first thing was is the rate, right? The rate that DeFi, presents and how DeFi is structured to operate. So knowing that there is a very little barrier to entry for DeFi, right? DeFi has it's a new space. There's really less regulation around DeFi, right? So that means that you could easily get up to speed on DeFi. You could easily onboard into like various DeFi platforms, and with very little KYC, you can get started. You can begin to already access financial solutions like lending, borrowing. I know you were asking just recently how many people have used DeFi to lend or stuff, right? I know most people here probably have not used that, but there are a lot of people utilizing DeFi. I, for one, have utilized that in terms of like leveraging on your other cryptocurrency, because the way DeFi lending works right now is that if you have some form of cryptocurrency and you do not want to sell that, so imagine you have Bitcoin or you have some other volatile tokens, you could use those tokens as collateral and then get more stable coins, right, to use for your normal day-to-day operations, depending on what you want to use it for, right? So the access to this is very, I mean, you don't have to feel long form. Also because it fosters P2P, right, peer-to-peer transaction, in the sense that, I mean, person-to-person and person-to, of how this lending protocols should work. So in this case, you're working, you're lending to a fellow pair, or you're lending to the smart contract. So it's already automated in a way in the system, right? And then you have access to, I can also like bring in my funds, my cryptocurrency, and you could lend that to other persons, and you could decide the rate, right? So you are in control, like in DeFi, people are in control of that rate, right? So you could define what rate you want, unlike the traditional system that we have now, where the players, like the applications or the products or the regulations decide the rate that would use, right? So all of these things are things that makes DeFi like very attractive. And then the fact that in DeFi, there's this high level of composability, right? Because the DeFi applications, right, is built on the blockchain technology, which is decentralized, immutable. It makes it very easy for different DeFi projects to interact, right? And then it makes it easy for new products or new financial services to emerge, right, based on this. So you could a new financial service could emerge that just interprets or combines or aggregates about 3 or 4, 5 other DeFi protocols, right, to present even better returns or yields to the user, right? And I mean, this is not very, very, I mean, there's some form of open API and, you know, interoperability in the fintech space, but it's not compared to what we see in DeFi, right? So most of these components and properties and beauty of like the blockchain technology in which DeFi is built on, right, makes it very, very attractive for you know, most Nigerians and Africans and people all over the world.
Thank you, Uche. You touched on quite a lot of things. And I think one thing I took away was, we want this system because it's not as regulated as what we currently have. We want this system because it's not as stressful in terms of KYC and, you know, compliance as what we currently have. So that brings me to Frank. My question is it something that we have seen before? You know, because at the end of the day, financial services is financial services. I need a loan, I need liquidity, I want to get money. Whether I'm using my crypto, I'm using my real estate as security, I have some collateral that I have used, you know, something to assure you to get the funds that I need. I want to optimize my funds, I invest, or I invest either by holding cryptocurrency, so I put my money in a bank, you know, and I earn some interest. The concept of financial services across most products are the same, but then it's just, you know, this different application. First, we went from dealing with, you know, traditional banks. Then we now started to deal with fintechs and digital banking and all of that. Now it's DeFi. Frank, what is all of this? What are you making of all of this?
I don't know. I don't know, because there's a lot that is coming to everyone now. And first, as a financial institution, you need to be able to shift and filter what is appropriate, what is critical, and what helps in terms of service. Because fundamentally, the different segment and vertical that we serve needs to be served. Therefore, like has been proposed, like Ernest has said, and the other speaker, I think it's important that we separate everything and put them in different buckets so that it's clear to individual consumers, businesses, what works and what should be uptake. DeFi and centralized systems are two separate processes, and they are interchangeable. For instance, in terms of regulation, it hasn't been defined to allow participants fully, you know, participate as they will wish to. And as much as DeFi is seamless, it removes a lot of bottlenecks and middlemen. It also has its own issues as well. Centralized too has its own possibilities, and it comes to play when we talk about funds and people's money. while centralized system might seem to be unstructured, might seem archaic in the way it's operated, right now, people are still very much skeptical about how they can totally just close their eye and believe that things can happen in space as it should be. So, like you said, there's a whole lot. It requires a lot more, much more than DeFi can give in this environment. But outside this environment, and it's been operated in the world, it seems to be a perfect system that addresses a lot of concerns around middlemen, dependencies, bottlenecks, and the likes. And so when we talk about smart contract, we talk about unstructured finance, we talk about lending, and like you have brought it to play, lending on its own or other financial services that are being offered requires a total, uncoupling, because as we have it today, there's a lot of bundling that prevents people to access the things they typically would have loved to if they had the opportunity. So DeFi might address a lot of concerns around onboarding, inclusions, removing frictions from lending and all of that. But on its own, because of kind of system we have, because of the cultural interplay we have to perform a better process for the entire ecosystem. But again, just go back to the question you asked, what is all of this? I think messages that speaks to simplicity in terms of what we desire as a constituent and what those things would deliver. And I believe that whether we like it or not right now, DeFi will have its own say in terms of how a lot of processes are designed. But, I have to be careful speaking from the financial service perspective that until regulation fully have a full grasp of what it entails or what it can deliver and how it benefits every player in the system, we just need to wear that cap that asks us to just take a deep breath and focus on what is very important to the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to just stay a bit on this point on, the distinction between DeFi and centralized finance. And that just comes down to the fact that, with, the traditional finance system that we have, and even, what's current, some fintechs are still playing in is a centralized finance system where there's the bank, or there's a payment company, or there's an aggregator, or there's also the central bank or the Securities Exchange Commission that's ensuring that, rules are complied with, trust is built in a way. For example, we have the deposit insurance scheme that ensures that if you put your money in a bank, if the bank goes under, there's some return to you. But all of these are things that we don't get with the centralized system. And my question would be, how does that sell DeFi compared to centralized finance system? I'm happy for you, Frank, to take that question. I'm also happy for Ernest to chip in on that question as well.
Okay, for where I sit and as an internal player, it still borders on the fact that there's still a lot more to learn. And let's talk about it being an emerging technology. When the director was presenting, he talked about 5G and how all of this needs to come into play. So bringing it back to the financial system is very, very important and critical that we understand how DeFi and centralized system will both coexist to work together. Centralized system on its own today is operational and is working. Vertical that can be quickly addressed. Ernest talked about real estate. He's talked about how cross-border payment can also be helped with DeFi. Those are all areas that both centralized and DeFi can look at and fully address. Do we for our own decide that, look, with DeFi, let it address specific areas of concern and make that more seamless to fully integrate into the system, while centralized also addresses certain concern and also get integrated in the system. Remember that when it comes to funds or people's deposit, even with regulators being major players, it's always important to align this together so that we don't miss the point and we don't get carried away by terms and things that are fully not practical. Again, economic is a bit special, if you allow me to. So these are things that we then need to look into and ensure that there can be a fusion of both processes addressing it, and then it becomes a convergence eventually in the future to see which one really works well and who does it serve more. And maybe you want to add to that.
Sure, thank you. I do agree with all the points you've made. And again, having been in this industry for close to over 13 years, actually, I believe that it's going to be a convergence. I use the word hybrid because as attractive, or you say sexy, as this new technology may seem and may be appealing to people, it does come with a lot of risks. We've heard many of the horror stories, people losing their funds, investments, and they now look for regulators to come and help them address their issues. So you can't really have your cake and eat it. I believe that the best way forward would be a hybrid solution, which is what we are doing with some of the institutions I mentioned earlier, because centralized systems have their role to play. DeFi system, Instagram, TikTok, all these services, you don't have to go to a bank, spend 4 or 5 days verifying to open an account on these systems. It's instant. It's nice. It's a low barrier to entry. With the centralized systems, these systems tend to be closed. With DeFi systems, they tend to be open. You can analyze the codes, you can verify what's happening. However, they haven't quite matured yet. And that's why I think regulation is critical. That's why I think that the current financial institutions, especially in large economies like in Nigeria, have to be careful, because you're dealing with hundreds of millions of people and you cannot afford to make mistakes that will have massive consequences within economies. Yes, it does. With DeFi, you can facilitate things like cross-border, but how does that now affect things like balance of trade, exchange rate mechanisms, manipulations, and things like that? So we have to find a balance. And I think that the approach that is being taken by the CBN and other regulators and other financial institutions within Nigeria is the right approach, where they are taking that leap forward while at the same time continuing to research and ensure that there is some level of consumer protection which is needed for large scale and mass adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ernest. So my question goes to Tunji. You work with regulators. You work with state governments. What's their approach or what's their response to this? Because fundamentally, what DeFi is trying to do is say, well, maybe we don't need the banks. Well, maybe we don't need the central banks. We can organize ourselves. We can organize our financial transactions. We are giving power to the consumers and individuals to determine their financial destiny. What's the response that you've seen from governments and from central banks that you have worked with or that you're working with?
All right, thank you very much for the question. I think the topic of DeFi is such a timely one and indeed very hot. And that's because when you look at the space, not only in Nigeria, across Africa, where I do a bit of work across the region, and Mtech as a firm, we're seeing a lot of action and activities from regulators. And I'll class that broadly into 3 categories. One is the response you're seeing to sort of provide alternate innovation that can enable this sort of capabilities that makes DeFi very interesting. So CBDCs, for example. And that's because when you look at some of the inherent capabilities that make DeFi really interesting, we talk about smart contracts, being able to sort of have code execute trust, right? What you would have a central authority do, have those rules codified in codes. For example, you want to borrow money and somebody else wants to lend. In the typical centralized ecosystem, you would have a banking institution that is facilitating, that process, collecting deposits and ensuring that, certain rules and regulation around capital adequacy and all of that are met so that they can then lend to people that want to lend. Now, in the DeFi world, you're looking at code executing those sort of contractual agreements. and making things programmable, and that's some of the capabilities you have. You can certainly imagine a CBDC, for example.
Can I pause you?
Yeah.
Sorry. And it's along the line of thoughts that you have around CBDCs and DeFi. Intuitively, when I think about the idea of a CBDC, a central bank digital currency, it's kind of contradictory to the idea of a DeFi. So I'd like for you to explain that a bit, and I hope that someone else in the crowd has the same confusion that I am in.
Right. So yes, you're right, because the CBDC is central money, in the sense that the control over that asset is still with the central bank. But when you think about, for the end user, the use cases that makes a DeFi solution attractive. For example, if I wanted to do an intervention as a government and I wanted to program the money to be used in for a particular purpose, like I could say, okay, this is intervention fund to enable people feed their families. So I could program the money such that you can only spend it for that purpose. Like you can't use it to go and buy clothing, for example. So from an end user perspective, whether in the case that I just explained now, the government, making sure that you can do intervention fund with the purpose that you meant it for. So that's a capability that you probably won't be able to do with the state of money as you have it today. But in the sense of the centrality of it, yes, it's different. So you're seeing that as a counter from central banks to sort of create money that has those inherent capabilities, guidelines, and rules on how some of these DeFi solutions can be incorporated and registered in their different jurisdictions. The Securities and Exchange Commission in Nigeria, for example, recently issued guidelines. All of that not only in Africa, and it's coming from, it's a departure from the myth that says DeFi can't be regulated. Because when you look at the finance part of that concept, it's essentially lending, it's essentially enabling people to invest. And there are certain risks that are enormous. When you think about, as much as we talk about the opportunities, those risks are there. If you want to invest money in the trad finance world, you won't put your money where you don't know where that what that money is going to be done with, what asset is backing that investment, and stuff like that. And in DeFi world, you have this problem of information asymmetric, where the providers and the issuers of these assets, they know much more than the average investor. And that's one of the problems that a regulator will be concerned about from an investor protection perspective. So we're seeing a lot of rules and regulation, but to also enable that, because the pacing problem of technology outpacing and innovation outpacing regulation means that some of these rules may not always be fit for purpose. So you're seeing a lot of creation of regulatory sandboxes, which is generally a space where regulators open up for innovators in this space and other types of innovation in financial services to come and sort of demonstrate the viability of their solution. And it's a learning opportunity for the regulators as well, to be able to understand, better understand this risk. And when you think about what we're even talking about for regulation, you're talking about codes, right? Most of the time they are open source codes that are meant to execute certain rules and instructions. So it's a paradigm shift. It's not an incremental change. It's a shift from where we're coming from, where a regulator probably needs to start learning how to understand and interpret codes, right? So that takes a lot of doing. And how do you enable that to happen? And at Fintech, we're very privileged to be working with regulators. Very recently, the Bank of Ghana, for example, launched the Digital Regulatory Sandbox to enable, not only
the central banks are responding in a way that you think they should be responding. So it's not like, they're not responding from a perspective of, well, maybe this has come to displace us, or this has come to make us a bit less powerful than we should be. And there might be a way to work with what's happening in this DeFi space.
Absolutely. I mean, it's also come from the realization that, some of these innovation are borderless, right? We're talking about internet-enabled innovation. So at times, it's not even something you can fully control in that sense. So you have to be open. open for them to come. Yes, there are certain guardrails you can put in place. You can operate here. This is my jurisdiction. But the more you open up as regulators for those innovators to come through and have a dialogue, understand what they are building, the better for everyone. The all-important investor protection, consumer protection consideration comes to life with that. Also, when you think about regulators, we talk about, a number of their policy goals around protecting consumers, financial stability and all of that. But regulators too also have around even aligning the interoperability of DeFi and CeFi platforms.
Thank you, Tunji. Okay, Uche, my question to you is this. For the average Nigerian, how does this impact us, or how does this affect us? And I come from the perspective of us coming from, we've had history of failed banks. We've had history of failed P2P scams. We've had history of MMMs. We've had history of, ingenious financial, products or solutions that promise you very, very attractive returns. Or, and the average Nigerian just hears about this and, they're interested, they want to get on this. So there's this new Fintech app that offers this, or there's this new Fintech MMM thing that's on Telegram or WhatsApp, and everybody's interested. We're early adopters. We love technology, we love Fintech, and we love things like this. How does this impact the average Nigerian?
Hello, and this impacts the average Nigerian in many. When you have a bank fail, it's not good for the populace, it's not good for the country. Consumers of financial services tend not to trust the centralized system. What DeFi provides is trust, operated on blockchain technology, which records multiple transactions and verifies them that now validate these transactions. So that trust is very, very crucial in the context of a failed bank. Secondly, DeFi is non-custodial. So in your centralized financial system, everybody will have a bank account. But with DeFi, and your bank account is held with the bank of your choice, and there are several banks out there. You can even have multiple bank accounts. But with DeFi, there is no bank account. What you have is a digital wallet that holds your assets. What you're innovatively saying to the user is that he's in control of his assets. In most cases, 100%. And even when that decreases, it's probably because such a user now wants to transact using an exchange, a DAX, DeFi exchange. And some rules of this exchange might require giving up a certain degree of your control over your assets. So for example, if you're doing collateralized lending, and in the context of a failed bank, it gives the average Nigerian a vista of opportunities to grow wealth and engage in cross-border transactions within the comfort of his or her home.
Okay. So we control sometimes, there's also the element of risk. And that's one thing that, we've seen with a lot of crypto scams. In fact, there's a fancy word for it called rug pulls, where people just, they issue tokens, they tamper with liquidity, and then they essentially just disappear with your money. And so I was just going to read a quote about DeFi finance protocols, So there's this analysis from Chain Analysis, and then they track, blockchain transactions and DeFi transactions. And they say that DeFi finance protocols are playing an increasing role in money laundering, with the total value of the cryptocurrency laundered rising year over year by 30% in 2021, according to them. This demonstrates that DeFi platforms need to consider compliance solutions to prevent their platform from being abused for illicit activity. Again, my question to you would be, one of the roles that central banks or security exchange commissions also play is ensuring that our funds are to an extent safe. You're not being used to launder illegal activity, or money laundering activities are not carried out on central platforms or on financial platforms. How do you see that playing in the DeFi space? And I ask that thinking about the average Nigerian that has committed his funds to this platform. I ask that also because, to an extent, apart from the SEC rules, in Nigeria, we barely have regulations that look at digital assets and virtual assets.
Well, I think it's natural. It's human nature, actually, that anywhere you have assets or anything of value being transacted, you'll have some negative elements in terms of, as you put it, fraud or money laundering. And as a result, DeFi is not excluded from that natural phenomenon. As long as you have human beings as users of decentralized finance, you will always have that. The question is to regulate or not to regulate. In some countries like the US jurisdiction, you have the proponents of same activity, same legislation, meaning because it is still financial services being rendered, there is no need to tinker with the existing legislation. Well, you now need to look at their reports of financial fraud in that jurisdiction and see how it has skyrocketed. Take Europe or the European Union, for example. You have the bank execs, the regulators there are not exactly 100% pro same activity, same legislation. They are clamoring for legislation or regulation, as the case may be. But even on that side of the argument, what do you regulate? Do you regulate the wallet? Do you regulate the exchanges? And to what extent do you regulate the exchanges? Because if you say DeFi is distinctive from centralized finance, bear in mind that every exchange will also have its own decentralized autonomous organization, which is an authority in itself.
Thank you.
That sets the rules for activity on that particular exchange. So are we now backsliding into centralized finance, or are we saying, okay, this is centralized finance with a greater degree of control for the users? So these are issues that will require formulation of policy and more user engagement. What people really want, what will make people comfortable, what will be acceptable to people, and then any government will now come forward and make the necessary legislation. Because it is important for government to tap into decentralized finance. It is a source of revenue. If you look at the reports from some of the exchanges, say Uniswap, for example, per day, imagine if that was going through a centralized finance, from your bank charges that would now in turn dovetail into,
That's probably why we're moving to DeFi.
your taxes, your corporate taxes that, will be paid or remitted into government coffers. So it creates wealth, and that is the point to take home. The total value lock sometime this year, depending on which report you follow, ranges from 169 billion to 200 billion US dollars. And what do you mean by total value lock? These are assets that have just been put in a DeFi protocol that are probably earning interest, rewards, tokens, or coins.
Yeah.
So they are not, they're just...
It's too big a market to ignore.
It's too big a market to ignore,
Totally
and that
agree
is
with
capital that, your traditional financial institutions, if they had access to, would greatly enhance their shareholder positions and balance sheets.
So I think one thing I can, maybe conclude from from the different responses from our panelists is that DeFi is something that is here. Regulators should be looking to. Well, they're already thinking about this. We have some rules in some countries. MTech, and some other companies are already working with regulators. From an incumbent perspective, from Frank's perspective, we need to find a way to coexist. It's not going to be only DeFi. Most likely, we will need to we'll find ourselves in a universe where there's some level of DeFi and some level of centralized finance. And I think that creates opportunities for fintechs, for companies, for individuals as well. I hope that we will still have some time to take last-minute views and comments from our panelists. But at this time, I'd like to take questions, if we have any. Please, if you have questions, you could maybe signify by raising up your hands. Okay, no question. We have one question from our online panelists, and I think I will direct question to you. So the question is, do we have any DeFi regulations in Nigeria?
In my view, we don't have any legislation that governs decentralized finance. And that is the same for most countries in the world, but not all. Take Mauritius, for example. They've just come up with their virtual asset initial token offering legislation, which is at the forefront of legislation of virtual assets in Africa. I know SEC has come out with their guidelines, but it's a guideline. It's not legislation, okay?
But you'd be running foul of the regulations, of the guidelines, if you were to carry out activities in the guidelines.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But, when you're talking of a market that, you have the likes of 169 billion to 200 billion
we need
total
something
over,
heavier.
you need something more rigid, something more certain, so that you can attract the requisite volume of investment and attendance skills.
Okay. Totally agree with you. I think our time is up. I'd just like to take one sentence, two sentences from every one of our panelists, just in terms of your closing remarks. It might be what you think about DeFi, where you think DeFi will be in the next 2 to 3 years, what you think the opportunities are for fintechs. I would like to start with Frank.
I'd like to just, typically, just suggest serious conversations should continue. From my own perspective, and in the context of everything being said about centralized and DeFi, we don't have any choice. It's come to stay. And like Uche said, regulation is now very important. Whether it's going to be agreed that it should be centralized, and I'm talking about regulation now, or whether it should be decentralized, it's still very critical to the operation of the process itself. And I think further collaborations with the different ecosystem and market vertical is also very important, so that we can define what scope to use both the DeFi and centralized system for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, yes, we definitely need to ramp up the awareness campaign for users, for regulators, and industry professionals, because we need as much input as we can get to map out the way forward for decentralized finance in Nigeria.
Thank you. Ernest?
Yes, I don't know if you're aware, about 2 months ago, there was a hackathon led by the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Africa Fintech Foundry, which saw over 5,000 startups and individuals register to participate. And that shows that the major regulator within Nigeria is actually interested in this space and is looking at working with the larger and broader ecosystem to find solutions and to learn from the data being generated on how to best bring out these innovations into the world. I recently came back from South Africa and Lagos and spent some time with banks in South Africa, where, as you might maybe aware, last week, they now have a new framework for regulating such services. And many of the banks now have titles like crypto head of crypto transactions, which are things that we couldn't hear before in the space. So it tells you that a major economy like South Africa is ready to be playing in this game. And I feel that the giant of Africa, which is Nigeria, is also playing a leading role, but they are being cautiously optimistic as they move towards this new DeFi space. And we are very excited at Interstellar to be supporting it on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernest.
So I think most of the panelists spoke a lot about how DeFi and CeFi would collaborate going forward, and I think that's actually true. So even though DeFi is like a progression in finance, there's still a place where CeFi and DeFi can, collaborate more like an hybrid finance before we move into that space. So I think that just generally, some of the things that makes DeFi really interesting and really attractive, one for sure is the trust that people feel like they get in the DeFi ecosystem because they're in control of their world, right? So I think if this, a way to move forward would be how do we bring in this trust as well in the traditional finance that we have, right? If that's the way to go. But yeah, I think that there's opportunity for collaboration with the two.
Thank you, Jane. Code you trust. How about you?
All right. I will draw a few points from an analogy to close. So if you think about vending machine, for example, maybe it's not a very good example of a DeFi. Of course, certainly not a DeFi, but it should give you an idea of what a DeFi looks like. So you put your card or your whatever it is to buy a bottle of Coke, and for whatever reason it goes wrong, and I've had that experience before, it doesn't dispense you Coke. Who do you call, right? If you really don't have any face to or any brand to that. And that's the kind of risk we face when we operate in a DeFi environment many times. So yes, we don't want to centralize it because it's a new shift in thinking in financial services model, but we want to put some guardrails around it. And I think that's where, the regulators play an important role. There's an imperative for the public and private sector to collaborate to make sure that we can truly get the benefit of DeFi without, throwing away those important projects that are really innovating and creating solutions.
Thank you very much, Tunde. I like the analogy. Thank you very much to all our panelists. I think we've had a very informative and insightful discussions. Thank you to the audience. I hope we learned one or two things. And thank you to the Nigerian FinTech Week as well. Timmy?
Okay, please let's take pictures here. And then just after they take the pictures alone, I'd like to invite the President, Vice President, and COO of Fintech Association of Nigeria. Also, any member of the Board of Trustees of Fintech NGL should please join for pictures. Thank you very much. Okay, yes, he can wave, and I'm happy that a virtual panelist is here, and we see him in the shot as well. Thank you so much. Round of applause for our speakers as they make their way off the stage. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's popularly said that exercise is very good for the body, and I understand we've been sitting for a while, so it's time for us to take a little exercise, to just get our bodies strengthened and ready for the next session. So please, shall we rise, please? Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Now, This one is a fun exercise, so it promises to be fun. Thank you very much. Please, let's rise. I would ask us to please bring out our mobile devices. Your phones, please bring them out. Thank you. So this is a simple exercise. We're just going to be stretching our hands to take a selfie. And please, take a wide one. If you can cover everybody in the hall with your selfie, we'd appreciate that. Please, let's take a selfie. This is the opportunities to show the Gen Zs, the millennials, they've got skills. I know there are other people that can also take selfies, but you know, we can cover everyone. If you can take a video as well, take one. I am privileged to have the best selfie angle because I would hopefully cover everyone from here. So if your neighbor is not taking a selfie, please cover them in your own picture. Make sure that they show in your picture. Great. And now we're going to take a very short clip. We're going to take a short clip. When I say Fintech, you say NGR. Can we do that? If you want to move out a bit, just so that you show in this picture, it's fine. Just make sure that you stretch your legs, you stretch your hand. That's a simple, fun exercise. So if I say Fintech, everybody will say, oh, we're not ready. Fintech. Okay, they should know that something is happening in here. So ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Hey, a round of applause for all of us. Thank you very much. I'm sure we covered that and we have some great content for social media. Please take your seat, ladies and gentlemen. A black notepad was found. It has a black pen attached to it. So if the black notepad is yours, please walk down to the technical stand and just let them know that the black notepad belongs to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on now to the next presentation, but not before I read some comments from the virtual participants because they're an important part of this conversation. This one is from Adeko Abiodun, Compliance Department, eTransact International, Ademo Alakija, Victoria Island, and this person is just saying hello. We've also got a comment from Oyenike Owomoyela, says that it's great to be here. Yesterday was an amazing time, and today is a good one as well. I also see Vivian. Vivian was particularly referring to a presentation by Nosiru Sonaiki, saying that that was a great presentation. So I want to encourage all our virtual audience, please drop the comments, drop the shout out. If you wish to say shout out to the president, put it in the comment box. If you want to say that presentation was amazing, I like that, put it in the comment box. And when I come up, you know, from time to time, I'll try to read out some of your comments because you are an important part of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next presentation. And this one is focused on charting the new tech paths and is to be done by Lee Miner, Chief Solution Architect at Huawei Fintech Southern African Region. A round of applause for Lee Miner as he makes his way to the stage for the presentation, please.
Thank you. I hope my voice is audible. It's almost lunchtime, so good afternoon, and I still hope you have enough energy to persevere another 10 minutes. I will try and make it engaging and very fast, right? But just to introduce myself, my name is Lee Maina from the Southern African region, Huawei office supporting FinTech. And I also support a very interesting mix of customers ranging from banks, operators, fintech companies, amongst others. And today I'm more than privileged and honored. It's my first time for the Nigerian Fintech Week, so I'm excited to be here. And yes, I'll be discussing about the fintech paths to take, but most importantly, it's not just a path, but what is guiding us towards those specific paths, right? So we can never know the future without knowing where we are coming from. And just to paint a picture of where the fintech is coming from, this was sparked back in 2007 by Safaricom M-Pesa with the introduction of the first mobile money wallet. And what this did is that it sparked a wallet inclusion phase that also gave us a market space of about $5 billion US. Fast forward, 2020, we ushered into the digital inclusion phase. And this was characterized by basically the emergence of smartphones, super applications, lifestyle payments, all endeavored around making the user experience for customers' payments very robust, right? And then looking at our crystal ball, what does it say about the future? All roads, all indications seem like they're leading us to a digital credit inclusion phase, right? Which is dubbed to give us about 60 billion in terms of marketplace, right? And what it does, simple, is that fast forward to 2030, when it hits its peak, how will that future look like? 3 things that we're actually clear on. One is that lending will become the anchor service. I'm quite sure you've already seen a lot of credit solutions mushrooming into the Republic every single other day, right? So it will become the anchor, and it will become a catalyst for the last inclusion in terms of the last mile for the wallet services as well as also the payments. And this is not because of lack of options for this set of customers who will be the late adopters, but it's majorly because this will be the only way where they can be able to maintain a good enough credit limit or a credit reference for them to be able to consume other services. So they will be forced to come online. Second thing that will happen, it's not going to be a standalone solution. It's actually going to be embedded in user experiences and in user journeys. When you need it, that's when it comes in. And we've already started seeing some indications from some of the market leaders like Safaricom M-Pesa, who again launched a very intuitive overdraft service embedded on their mobile money service. When a customer needs it, they consume it. And what has this done? Because it's very purposeful, it's actually meant 4.4 million customers who would have ideally been disconnected or disengaged from using fintech services can now extend their services or extend their payments or even extend their power to consume within the ecosystem and powered an extra 800 million transactions. What does also that mean is that in that future when it's embedded, customers will not actually get credit in terms of cash. This is always going to be value moving from one party to another party. And how will that happen? More than $400 million in M-Pesa being given out each and every single month, and customers never get to touch it. It just moves from one entity to another, and they're okay with it and to pay for it. And then lastly, the credit score will become much more objective, much more precise, much more real-time, and it will be based on how we're using the services and the real lifestyle situations around ourselves. But 2030, who will be the winners, right? We're already starting to see the DNA and the pieces coming together. So who will be the winners at that point? It will be the parties who've got the most valuable, relevant, realistic, and authenticated holistic information around the customers. That will be the party who will also always know how to embed or to offer a service that is suitable to the customer, suitable to the right customer, and suitable for the right time to the customers. And this data, I know it's been discussed in very many forums, but it's becoming no longer one of those nice to have things. It's actually very vital for the future of mobile money and also the future of fintech. 3 things it's going to do. 1, it's always going to be pivotal in terms of how we are able to authenticate the customers and verify who they are. Identity is crucial. Second thing, it's going to give us a more precise credit score in terms of credit assessment for each and every single customer who wants to consume the services. Thirdly, it's always going to be the best way for us to be able to reach to our customers, embedding or offering us or upselling a service that is most relevant to them, because at this stage there'll be so much clutter in terms of people offering online services. And then lastly, and which is the most, I'd say, powerful tool we could ever use, it will be the one that actually forms or informs how we innovate services, making sure we're actually shooting in the right path for fintech development. Secondly, it will also make sure we know how to efficiently deploy our capital as well as our resources when it comes to investing in the fintech space. And what will enable us do us, right? What we are saying is that this set of rich data that we actually entities, and what that does is that it limits us in terms of being able to credit include our friends or our customers or our clients. So what will need to happen is that everyone needs to come online. So we need concerted efforts around not just fintech players and stakeholders, around also regulators in terms of how do we bring every single critical party online? How do we actually motivate them to be able to continue carrying out transactions online and staying online, conducting business online, basically, for us to be able to generate that critical data that will be required at that particular point. And of course, still, at the end of the day, is having the right set of tools that will make us efficiently and effectively be able to exploit all this data that is being generated for us to upsell many services. Oh, it's that side, right? So let's bring this closer home. Out of the 35 million MSMEs who basically power our cash-heavy economy, only 3% of them can access capital or basically borrowing from any formal financial source. And main reason is always transacting. He's always saving, but maybe just not at a bank, but he's doing it offline or within other smaller fintech spaces. Bring that to the east side, basically the customers. We still see only 2% of your customers can still be able to get a loan from a formal source. Same reason again, lack of data. Yet, always transacting from morning till evening. But not just transacting online or transacting with a bank or with a big fintech player. They're transacting in cash, and they already have their ecosystem. So this just tells us one thing. We need to broaden the landscape data in Nigeria. We need to bring all these people online, basically go beyond trying to solve that payment collection and payment experiences, because I looked from one of the slides is that we are very heavy in innovating around the payments and collection piece, right? There is no amount of credit cards or POSs or QRs we can give these particular MSMEs that will bring them online, apart from going deeper, analyzing, interrogating, what are some of the problems they're facing beyond collection, because truth be told, they're actually happy and more happier to even collect physical cash because of quick liquidity, right? It means quick liquidity for themselves. So we need to find out what are some of the challenges they're facing as a business. Let's try to solve them, and maybe we could get them online. And when we do this matchmaking, probably then we could have the opportunity to enable, generate the required data, and then start exploiting it with layered services. And so the main question, what do we need to innovate? What are the new tech paths? Now, to answer that question, it will give us also the opportunity. What we need to do is to look at the landscape a little bit more differently. At the center, there is an opportunity for enablement of all these players, MSMEs, all of them. And you can only be able to do that through super applications. So that's one area we need to invest in, where we converge the traffic, converge the customer, authenticate them with nice digital authentication tools. And then on the northbound, we look at the lifestyle services and how they consume them offline. We recreate them online with the use of mini applications that will integrate into those super apps, right? Just meaning that the same way a customer uses the service offline, they will be able to also use it online, right? And then we get to use a new player, the developer. We need to localize these solutions, not copy them from other markets. So we need to enable the developers with low-code, no-code development environments for them to quickly be able to develop end-to-end solutions. MSMEs with super intelligent supply chain and enterprise solutions. On the other side, we connect these enterprises to demand side, right? Through mini applications. And also think, how do we build tools that enforce loyalty and precise marketing? And then, once all this data has been generated, how do we exploit it and make use of it to embed other financial services such as finance, lending, savings, insurance? These are the areas for the next opportunity path, right? 3 principles need to change. One perspective we need to change is simple. We need to look at enablement, not just collection. Let's go super industry-centric, super localized. Every industry, agriculture, insurance, enterprise, every single one of them. Let's look at how we can digitize them to bring them online, not just collection. Second thing we need to do is to localize these solutions, right? Because how they've been used elsewhere might not be used here, right? Let's localize it during using developer communities. Let's make use of them. Secondly, agile, decentralization, and of course, leveraging on partnerships. Second principle, we start collecting the data from the customer and viewing them as one individual, regardless of whichever entry point they come through or whichever service they're actually going to consume. Let's view them as one. Let's map out what are the critical, and then lastly, the infrastructure. We need to build for scale. This means we need to go cloud, right? So that we can enjoy all the cloud benefits with full containerization, microservices, all the way till decentralized architecture. Secondly, open, because all this data we're going to get from, it's going to be from 3 sources, either derived from the services, either purchased from another entity, or even glanced from another network that is partnering with you. So your platforms need to be as open as possible. And then, of course, in this era, security is vital. One bad mouthing of your service and you're dead in the water. And the most problematic thing is that we are going into a space, into an environment with which we do not really understand, all of us. So there's always some new security concerns moving on. And this is not just around penetration, but heck, if we're actually going to power a promotion tool, then really hope people cannot be able to game your loyalty programs or anything like that. That is still now being listed as one of the trust areas to watch. And then lastly, build for massive transactions, because now we are moving to a place where we are no longer going to be servicing maybe 100 or 1,000 nairas, but very small margins, very small transaction values of millions of transactions. And unfortunately, even for people like banks, is that a customer is always happy to wait at the ATM for 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and they've got no problem. They're happy to wait at the branch for 30 minutes before they're served. But I don't know what gets to them when they come to the digital environment. Immediately a transaction starts to take more than 5 seconds, they are very impatient. So unless our engine is able to meet that expectation, then we are in trouble. That's one, right? And then closing it. I couldn't close it without just plugging in some marketing, right? So one of the things is that we've deployed our fintech solutions in more than 30 sites, right? And we pride in ourselves having actually the biggest fintech brand in Africa, that is M-Pesa, which we power with Vodacom and M-Pesa and Safaricom across all the markets. We, again, are happy enough with one of the biggest payment solutions in Myanmar, Burma, where we've actually turned a bank, traditional bank, to be the biggest space, or even looking far east, Pakistan, Jazz Cash, where we've again held the biggest mobile money ecosystem there. And it's this set of learnings, not just technology, but around people behavior, around consumption of services, which we've also been able to package and cascade them to the local markets. And here, we've been able to bring such learnings to banks such as KCB Bank in Eastern and Central Africa, helping them decentralize innovation away from the core banking
those selfies, those short clips, can you please upload it and tag on Instagram? You're tagging Fintech Association of Nigeria. On Facebook, you're tagging Fintech Association of Nigeria. On LinkedIn, you're tagging Fintech Association of Nigeria. And please, very important, use the hashtag Fintech 2022. Please use that hashtag so that we can easily find your posts. Pardon me, NFW 2022. NFW 2022. So that we can easily find your posts. Do we have some of the pictures we can project from yesterday, please? Maybe in the course of this program, we'll project some of the beautiful pictures that we have and the posts so that you get to see yourselves. And I believe that, in the course of the program as well, we can tweet what you've said, we can retweet, and we can share it. I know we are usually on our phone, so please, let's tag Fintech Week NG on Twitter. On Twitter, very important, Fintech Week NG. On Instagram, Nigeria Fintech Week. On Instagram, Nigeria Fintech Week. On Twitter as well, Nigeria Fintech Week. So please tag us. And everywhere, use the hashtag NFW 2022 so we can easily find your posts. It's important that you use the hashtag so that we can easily find your posts. And in the course of the program, we'll be projecting some of the pictures, some of the tweets that are coming from you. Now, moving on very quickly to the next session. The next session is a panel discussion. As I mentioned, it's still on emerging technologies. And the focus is on sustainable cloud architecture for Africa. Now, for a lot of people, this is the session they've been looking forward to. So I'll say sit back, relax, and get ready to enjoy this session. I'd now like to invite the speakers. The moderator for this session is Oreme Aka, Chief Customer Success Officer at InterSwitch. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you recall what I said yesterday about when we come to conferences like this, we have a reservoir of applause, and gradually we need to refill it. So please, can we refill our reservoir of applause now so that it gets louder? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yesterday's one has expired. We are counting afresh today. And we mustn't be partial. So as you celebrated her and clapped for her, please do same for our other speakers. Now the next speaker is Rockbal, Vice President Pre-Sales at Huawei Cloud Southern. Don't forget that our speakers are going to be standing here and they'll be watching who has not clapped and who has clapped. So if you try to network and you didn't clap, they'll just call you out and say, you didn't clap for me. I'm just joking. Now to the next speaker, Mr. Gbolahan Atoyebi, Head Enterprises Sales, Financial Services at Main One. A round of applause for Gbolahan Atoyebi. Welcome. Oh, the applause is getting louder from that end. You have really great fans just standing over there. We've also got Oluwasegun Adeleye, Chief Technology Officer at Cora. A round of applause for Oluwasegun Adeleye. Okay, maybe there should be a gift for who claps loudest. How does that sound? We love incentives. Okay, maybe we can give you sweets. All of us would, give some of our sweet on the table and then give it to the person who claps loudest. Or maybe Fintech NGR can give us something, an incentive that is much bigger, so that we'll give it to who is clapping loudest or whosoever claps loudest. Now the next person is Stephen Okoye, Chief Technology Officer at Inc. Welcome, Stephen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now hand over to the moderator for this panel.
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Because of the shape of the room, I must apologize because I may be backing some of the audience at some point in time, but please forgive me. I'd like to ask, has been mentioned, we are going to be discussing sustainable cloud architecture in Africa. And why this is important is, if you were here at the beginning of today's session, when Mayowa from McKinsey presented, she mentioned some specific pillars that are required to grow and deepen the penetration of financial services in Africa. And one of the things she mentioned was infrastructure. Now, in Africa, we understand that we have a major infrastructure infrastructure deficit. And that is why cloud technology is a very interesting topic, because it basically enables African companies, globally of course, but in Africa specifically and in Nigeria, it does enable a lot of companies leapfrog the infrastructure gap. And that's what we are going to be discussing. We're going to be looking at cloud architecture, its impact, its usage. And I'm excited because we have a wide range of speakers here from the provider side and also from the user side. So without much ado, we're going to go straight into it. So I'd like to welcome you again. Bolahon, you are welcome. Shegun, you are welcome from Cora. Nice to have you. Rockway, you are welcome from Huawei. And of course, Stephen, you are welcome from InkPay. So we're going straight into the questions. So I'd like to start with you, Mayowa. Can you help us, just for the purpose of the audience, what is cloud technology? What really is cloud technology?
Okay, let me briefly introduce this question. So for the cloud, it consists of four main components. First is the cloud resource pool. It consists of computing, storage, network, and this cloud resource pool is elastic extension and help you to prepare your use. Okay, this is the cloud resource pool. The second is the cloud service layer. For the public cloud, we can provide more than 100 cloud services, include the basic virtual machine, block storage, file storage, database, AI, big data, essential. Okay. The third is the cloud operation platform. It provides the basic console, billing system, and also marketplace, which enable you to serve service to use those cloud services. Okay. The last is the cloud maintenance platform. So it consists of the basic monitoring system, the basic AI ops platform, the ticket system, and also some high availability architecture, which enables you to use cloud very stable and to ensure the SLA of your workload. Okay. I think this is just a brief introduce the cloud architecture.
Thank you so much. Thanks for that, Rob. And I'd like to come to you, Stephen. What would you say are the business benefits of cloud technology in Africa and Nigeria? I mean, we're very conscious that we have an audience from over 50 countries, so we're not just talking Nigeria here, we're talking across the world. But really, bringing it home to Africa, what are the business benefits of cloud architecture?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Let me just break it down because I understand some of our audience are not technical. Let's take this event as an example.
All right.
We are here. We came for an event and we championed the event. We own the content of the event.
Okay.
But here we are sitting. Nobody's worried about if the AC is working.
Okay.
We're not worried about if power is right. Am I right? So, cloud services is infrastructure, IT, basically, as a service. So, if you take this event center as an example, that is the infrastructure.
Okay.
We are here just to consume the space for this period, and then we go.
Okay.
The owner of the infrastructure still owns it. So let me take it back to IT. So traditionally, what an enterprise company would do is for them to be able to do anything, for them to run maybe applications, deliver services to their customers, they have to procure some IT equipment. Now, what cloud services brings to the table is instead of you providing and spending that CapEx on procuring those IT equipment, services, and all that, what you do is that you pay per use.
Fantastic.
So the major thing here is, in terms of business benefit, is CapEx versus OpEx. So instead of spending $20 million, $10 million, buying IT equipment just to make sure that your business keeps running, you pay a certain amount of fee, and then you get the same effect. Now, secondly, one of the things that cloud services also brings is there's something we call agile provisioning. So traditionally, if I want to bring up a service, and let's say it's a software application. Switches, it takes about 6 months. These days, because of chip shortage, it takes about almost 12 months to come. So you have to wait 12 months. Now, when it comes, you have some time to set it up, which may take another 2 months, 3 months to set it up. So that is time wasted. When we say agile provisioning, for most services that are based, that are cloud native or that are based on cloud infrastructure, you can actually provision, if you have your application ready today, you can provision within 24 hours.
Fantastic.
So that gives most businesses faster time to market. So, and that faster time to make market means that you can actually have a competitive edge over whoever that is trying to do it the traditional way. So those are just 2 of the main points, but maybe allow some of the panelists to talk more.
Thank you so much.
From the business side, you can look at this.
Thank you so much, Stephen. You said you basically talked on, one, the financial advantage it gives to smaller businesses. And again, remember, we're talking within the context of Africa, where there's not a lot of capital to throw around. So that's definitely value. You also talked of faster time to market. Again, we are sitting in a room talking of fintech, we're talking of startups, we're talking of small companies that want an edge. So definitely this is a very relevant solution. So I'll quickly move to you, Bolahan, from Main One. Now, we cannot talk about infrastructure, internet infrastructure in Africa without mentioning Main One. So thank you. And I would like to say, as a provider, can you just give us an overview of the peculiarities in the development of cloud architecture in Africa, while also still touching on 1 or 2 business benefits?
Okay, thank you very much. The cloud environment, if we look at Africa, cloud has developed over time, but it all started from somewhere, which was connectivity. Most people today are enjoying their phones, they're enjoying a lot of applications, because the connectivity has improved. Now, when Main One and companies like us started, our goal was to improve the connectivity bit of Africa, to ensure people can consume data more effectively, efficiently, and drive growth. Now, when you move from the layer of connectivity, you now move into the space of data centers. Data centers pretty much says, how far away am I from where this data I'm consuming? As it stood before, a lot of our data that we were consuming from outside Africa. Even till now, we are still consuming quite a number of it from outside Africa, and that's the reality. But as we've moved into the cloud architecture and cloud computing, we've realized that there's a need for data centers to be established in Africa. And as a result of that, by the cloud space and data center space, is moving your infrastructure to a data center where you can actually consume these cloud environments as pay as you go, like he said, in an agile manner and all that. But we here know the famous cloud providers. We know Microsoft Cloud, Azure, we know AWS, Amazon Web Services. Even them have understood that Africa is the new market. Africa is growing in data consumption. As a result, a lot of them have started making significant investments in coming to Africa. Microsoft is in South Africa, 2 data centers. AWS announced they were going to South Africa as well. We also, in the western part of Africa, have made significant investments in data centers. Main One, for example, Rack Center for another one. And as a result of that, cloud computing is becoming a lot more local. People are now willing to invest or buy resources and services, like he said, knowing that my data is local. I know where my data is. And that's a fundamental conversation of cloud computing and cloud consumption, because everyone wants to move from the traditional way of consuming data, which, what he said, on-premise, traditional data, I buy my servers, my compute, I make significant investments. Now I can host those infrastructures in data centers localized. As a result of that, I can also still consume those resources on a pay-as-you-go model. But the advantage is you now have businesses that have connectivity, you have large cloud services providers that are coming local, and with that mix, the cloud architecture has changed for Africa. And even specifically to West Africa now, We have likes of our company, Main One, having 3 data centers across West Africa. We have in Nigeria, we have in Ghana, we have in CIV. And all these data centers are connected via submarine cable, interconnected to all of them. So when we talk of latency, consumption of your data, it's a game changer. And as a result of that, we see increase in adoption of cloud services locally. And if these large companies see that data is being consumed locally, traffic has increased, more investments will be done in that space. So the likes of the big cloud service providers will start coming not only to South Africa, they will start making presence in West Africa, they will start going into North Africa, and they will collaborate with existing infrastructures or existing companies that have done it before, or local presence that have done it before. And why do I say collaboration? Just to close it. It's because of the data sovereignty, GDPR, NDPR conversation. When you have a local company that is doing this infrastructure and you are partnering with them, that space, it enables them to navigate the waters of policy, governance, regulation, compliance. And companies like that make the adoption of fintech services, knowing that fintech is switching financial transactions locally, you need to also be able to prove to them, or to some degree, that you have local infrastructure that exists. So all this tied into the African cloud architecture means that it's important and it's the way to go. Companies need to invest in that space. We are investing in that space. It's not everybody that will be a fintech company, but some people know that there needs to be infrastructure to run the fintech company. And I think that's the space we see there's value for the fintech space.
Thank you so much, Mayowa. And I mean, you said a lot, but what I see, to me, it's a picture of hope. The fact that, like you said, a lot of people, people have seen that there is progress in Africa, and the fact that infrastructure services are now being hosted on the African platform. One, it's definitely coming, as the time goes, with the trajectory, the cost will definitely reduce for the small companies. So that's why I said it's a story of hope. So for the small fintech out there that may be grappling with infrastructure costs, this is definitely a positive story. So I'd like to move to you, Olusegun, as a user. As a user I would like to ask you we've talked a lot from the infrastructure side. Now let's talk about it from the services side. What will you say for cloud technology? How do you see this impacting the delivery of services and solutions in Africa?
Okay, so just like the other speakers said earlier, it's now, you've taken away the responsibilities of having to manage data centers, procure this IT equipment, and you basically have cloud services available, cloud providers available for you to access their services and then create your solutions. So I think the most important way that's actually improved things, especially as a user, is I can easily get access to these cloud services just through my browser, through a console and through my browser. So it's easier for me to manage. It's easier for me to, it makes it easy for us as startups to focus on what is core to our business, rather than worry about security of on-premise infrastructure. I think it also makes it easy for us to get to markets much faster, because with less things to worry about. Because the truth is, managing data centers, whether it's on-premise, right, adds some operational overhead. So by taking that out, you can direct your resources to things that are core to your business, and then with things that much less things to focus on, you can actually provide value much quicker, right, and get to market much quicker, and then you can focus on delivering value to your customers as well as to the business as well.
Thank you. Now, I'll stay with you. For Cora Pay, I know you have you are one of the leading, when it comes to growth, you guys are growing really fast, and that's great. And I know that your growth is you're not just looking at Nigeria, you're looking across Africa. I would like to ask again, when you consider the journey of your business, speaking specifically as a user now, and I'm saying this for the purpose of other fintechs in the room, room that are thinking, oh my gosh, how do I grow? What are the foundational things I need to have in place? Do you want to share, again, just some personal experiences that you have had in CoraPay and how cloud technology has helped you scale, say, on a particular instance? That would be very helpful.
All right. So looking at, we started with an idea, right? And of course, because of cloud services, we don't need large capital investments, right? These things are available on the pay as you use basis. So we could just start with the ideas, experiments. Let's even test this out. And when it started making sense, and maybe the attractions, we could easily scale. Because again, the benefit of using cloud services, it's very easy for you to scale. It's elastic, exactly. So as activities grow, as you have more customers, more people to serve, you can easily scale. Like even for us, I think it was late last year that we had to re-architect our infrastructure just because we saw that there's growth and there's also the potential for much growth. So we had to re-architect so that it's easier for us to support the growth that we were already seeing coming to the business. So I think that's a very, very key thing. There's also the security. Security is a very, very important thing, and as a financial service provider, security is at the core of what we do. So it's easier to set up security, set up security around the infrastructure, who has access to this. And I think another important thing is because it also gives you the opportunity to expand globally. So whether as you want to focus on the local market or reach people outside Nigeria, or even outside Africa, it's easy for you to expand your services across the globe.
Thank you so much, Engo. Now, Rock, I'll come to you now. Huawei made a presentation before this panel, so we can see that you have a wide suite of solutions, and you guys are focused. You are the head of pre-sales in southern part of Africa. So I'd like to, Shegu mentioned something about security. I'd like to ask your experience with respect to from the security aspect and how that, in line with cloud technology, which is what we are talking about today, shared infrastructure. How, from your experience, have you been able to secure your solutions, even though you are pushing cloud technology as a platform?
Okay, I think it's a very good question. When enterprise consider move to cloud, I think the most important thing to consider about is the security. So for the security, I think we should consider into two aspects. First is the security compliance. For example, Fintech era. So for a Fintech company, when you want to move your workload to cloud, so you should consider the regulator requirements, all right? And also some, for example, PCI DSS certification essential. Okay, I think security compliance is very important for you when you consider to move to cloud. So for example, for Huawei cloud side, we have achieved more than 100 cloud compliance, security compliance all around the world, include the ISO 27001, PCI DSS, and also military requirements. Okay, this is the security compliance. The second is the security capabilities. So for Huawei's cloud side, we provide the physical security, the cyber security, and also security maintenance, okay, for our talent, for our clients, okay. And we also provide more than 50 cloud security services covered from the host security, data security, security maintenance, and security governance. For example, the situation awareness to help us to load the workload status, the security status, okay, to help you to meet the requirements from the regulator, from your customer, Okay, I think this is some best practice we can provide. And we also publish some security best practice in our official site. Later, I will share you a book, the Cloud Adoption Framework. In this framework will also provide some security, security practice. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much. And I believe after this session, if you want to have access to that book, you can walk up to Rockway or any of the Huawei staff. I believe you have a stand outside, and so you can have access to that. Now, it's fantastic when you talked about 100% compliance on security. I think that's very comforting. So we'll be wrapping up now, and we cannot end without talking of, we've talked of fantastic cloud technology adoption, and but let's talk about the barriers. There are definitely barriers. That is the reality. So I'll come back to you now, and I'll say from your perspective as a major service provider, what would you say are some of the barriers that must be overcome for the adoption of cloud technology in Africa? Bolahon, thank you.
Okay. For cloud adoption in Africa, I'll just put it into different buckets. I would say there are organizational and compliance, governance factors as well. Those are critical things you need to look at in terms of barrier to cloud adoption. And taking them one at a time, the human factor is, do we have the skill set to move to cloud? If you have a business, do you have the engineers that can support your cloud infrastructure? Do you have the competencies to be able to move to cloud effectively? That's one. So in order to move to a cloud journey or to embark on a cloud journey, you need to know what you have and where you are going to. If you have people that you need to upskill, you need to train, maybe those are things you need to do because that's a barrier to progressing to cloud. If you look at it from an organizational standpoint and an organizational mindset, you need to know that people are starting from a position of on-prem infrastructure. I own my boxes, I see my boxes, I hug it before I Forex issues, general security issues, and just end of life, additional total cost of ownership investments would make you also look at it to say, should I keep this infrastructure or should I consider moving to cloud? Now, that's another barrier that we're looking at, and we always encourage our customers to say, do the total cost of ownership of your infrastructure. You've bought this infrastructure, they are 3-4 years, they are end of life. Do you want to move to a cloud environment where you can now start taking these resources on a pay-as-you-go model? Can you look at your total life cycle of your business? Like my gentleman said there, I said, let me focus on what my core business is, as opposed to managing boxes and all that. So that's something that we pride in telling our customers to say, move away from owning this, try and come to this side. Then speaking to the security side, which is also very important, and these compliance and licenses and security, they cost a lot of money. Having certifications for PCI DSS, ISO 27001, BCP controls, a lot of these are infrastructure or investments that the amount of fintech companies here, if they individually go to certify on every single level, it's a barrier for them. Service provider that is PCI DSS certified, that has NDPR compliance, is enough for you to operate and to remain efficient. So looking at all these benefits and barriers, for every time someone wants to not consider cloud, for every time you want to make an additional investment in infrastructure, just take a step back and say, what is my competition doing? The time to market, how fast are they? How more nimble are they compared to me? Compared to the procurement process of buying these boxes. He's running center service provider, or does that cloud service provider, do they have those boxes? Go and check, take the box. Once you find out and you're there, then, moving to cloud should be seamless. And those are barriers that I see Africa increasingly overcoming as people, there are a lot of tech environments, foundries, and a lot of tech engineers out there. People are knowledgeable, people are smart, people are advanced, people challenge the status quo. So in terms of skill development, it's here, it's now, we have them. In terms of the environment to host your data center or host your cloud services, we have them. In terms of connectivity in Africa, definitely, once we are connected to the world, either through Africa or through the data centers locally, to the world, you are connected to everything. If you want to scale globally, for example, Main One is an Equinix company now. Equinix is our parent owner. They have 240 data centers across the world. They have 10,000 interconnections, over 10,000 interconnections across the world. So when you are even consuming infrastructure globally, by virtue of you connected to main one fabric, you are connected to the world. And you're connected to any service provider, any connection you want at any given point in time. So what you just need to focus on, and that's the barriers mentally people need to overcome, that it's not a business of infrastructure, it's a business of the infrastructure bit.
Thank you so much, Bolaho. And I mean, you just said it, that it makes sense for you to outsource that infrastructure headache to the infrastructure providers. And I love what you said, that the infrastructure providers they have the capacity. So really, when you talk of cloud architecture, it's really talking about matrices, looking at the numbers. There is no reason why a small business should not be able to trust. Really, so the barriers have really been overcome. Maybe because it is not the traditional way of doing business, it's still in a lot of people's mind. But like you mentioned, when you started with skill, you talked of the issue of skill. Tomorrow we are going to be looking at the issue in Africa about skilled staff work, the skilled workforce, and the fact that in Africa, well, this skill is available, but we know there's a lot of pressure. Every day somebody is japping, and that when you outsource infrastructure services, it actually takes that burden off you. And what I love about what we are discussing, cloud architecture, yes, we are talking about it on the infrastructure level, but people today are talking not just outsourcing infrastructure. You can outsource service provision. You know, like at InterSwitch, we have a solution called Banking as a Service, where you are basically outsourcing, you know, the core things you will do if you want to just kick off banking services quickly. So this issue of outsourcing is definitely here to stay. And so as we round up, you know, I'll come to you, Stephen, and I'll ask, you can use this as closing comments, you know, from your experience at Inc. and your prior experience, because we know you've been in the industry for quite a while. This infrastructure, these barriers have really been overcome. But what will you say in Africa are the one or two things that we still need to do to accelerate the adoption of cloud architecture in Africa and in Nigeria specifically?
Okay, thank you. So I think the first is more sensitization. It is true that today a traditional CIO or CTO in a fintech company, they ask the right questions. You know, they're asking you, okay, now I'm moving away from managing the compliance myself. What are you guys doing to manage this compliance? You know, so as a former Vodacom business, one of the things that we have done in Nigeria is we have followed that trajectory, and we have been always at the forefront of technology. So one of the things that we do for most of our customers is managed services. So he talked about skill set. You just talked about skill set. Is a very big barrier. Yes. It's a very big barrier. And you know, as these big cloud providers are coming, the little that we have, they are pushing them.
I understand.
Yes. So one of the things that we are doing is having those skill sets in-house, ensuring that when you sign up a customer, you deliver based on what you've signed. Okay. And one other thing again is, from my interactions and from experience, you know, because I'm also hands-on, when it comes to security, I know we've talked about a lot about compliance and all that. Security services for cloud applications is a shared responsibility. And if you check most of the security publications, breaches, cyber security attacks over the past 5 years, most of them are non-infrastructure related. Okay. So the application has to be built with security in mind. So there is something that we call a security first approach. Okay. So as you are building it, you have security in mind. You know, because yes, we the service provider can secure your infrastructure. We can put the firewalls there, put all the things that are supposed to be there. But if there are vulnerabilities in the application, you can still be hacked. So security is a very, very big concern for most fintechs most financial institutions, anybody that is doing anything with money, especially in the fintechs, and especially when you're talking about blockchain, because if the money vanishes, it has vanished. You can't trace it. In fact, you won't be able to trace it. So, so it's a major challenge. So it's a shared responsibility. It's a shared responsibility. So one of the things that we do is we have that skill set. We have followed the trajectory. The infrastructure is there. Just like Bolahan said, the infrastructure is there. Most of us that have been around in the industry know that these are no longer barriers, so to say. What we're now doing is educating the CEO, the stakeholders, that these things are now here. You don't have to go to Europe to access some of these services. They are here. The data centers are here, just like he said. A lot of other companies have made a significant infrastructure, investments here in Nigeria and across Africa. So those tell the customers, the consumers, that we have these services. Talk to us. We have the expertise. You don't have to worry about so many things. All you just need to worry about is start making your money. And as you're making your money, of course, we are also making our money. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I mean, I just like what you said about it is a joint partnership. So even as much as you outsource, I like what you said about infrastructure can be secure, but the applications must also be secure. So it's really a partnership. And I also love what you mentioned about awareness. So thanks to Nigerian Fintech Week, we are driving awareness this week. And after this, we are going to continue doing so. And as we do so, it's going to come to a time in the future when on-prem will be something that has not been heard of, because it just makes sense to get up and go, face your own business, outsource to the experts what needs to be outsourced. Fantastic. And the final closing mark, I'll ask you, Shegun, as a user, to give it to us, for that fintech out there that is saying, how do I start off? What is a word that you're going to give to them? You being a user that has started and has scaled. And that's our final word.
So I think the first question is, should you even adopt cloud? And I would say big yes, because cloud. But I think for most, maybe for large enterprises, for startups, I think it's easier. I mean, I think we really think of on-prem, right? It's cloud by default. So I don't think it's an issue for startups to adopt cloud. For large enterprises, there are ways you can, migrate in phases. So we have the hybrid approach where you can run some of your resources on-prem, while you run some of them, whether in the private cloud or in the public cloud. Of course, I understand that there are regulatory requirements. Those things, like a lot of industries are, highly regulated. So you also want to ensure that whatever cloud architecture you go with is in line with the regulatory requirements. But so you can identify, the ways like you can come up with a cloud architecture that works for you within the boundaries of your regulation. Like I mentioned, hybrid approach, and there's also the multi-cloud, approach where you can even deploy your solutions on different cloud providers, because I believe there's it's easier to also meet some regulatory standards, like PCI DSS. I think it's much easier when you are in the cloud, because some of those responsibilities will be handled by the provider, while the others will be handled by you. And just like he said, there is a shared responsibility. So that you can move in phases, right? But I would recommend it for anyone. Just adopt the cloud. It will pay you a lot. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we've come to the end of this panel, and I'm sure there's meant to be some opportunity for Q&A. But if we go back to the theme of this conference, where we are talking of the next normal, sustainable impact and emerging technology, I believe that this panel has contributed our own quota to show how cloud technology is definitely a new normal. It has come to stay. And not just that, it is a sustainable approach for the African fintech to get into business quickly and in a cost-effective manner. So thank you so much to my panelists, and we are open to questions. I don't know, moderator, we have the compare. How are questions going to be? I mean, are people going to just ask questions, or do people write their questions down? Thank you. Oh, we have some lengthy questions here, if I say so myself. All right, fantastic. We have a question here from Adejumo Ibukun. Thank you. And the person says, how true is the belief that every cloud infrastructure or service resides in a particular physical location, as against on cloud, as the name implies? Saying, is it wash, or is it real? That's what the person is asking. So I don't know. Bola, do you want to take it? Yes.
It's a very great question there. The definition of cloud in itself is just saying it's somewhere, but it's not where you can see it.
Okay.
But it's somewhere. Every data has to be somewhere. But what we are saying, when it says cloud infrastructure, it's that data. So most people don't understand that for every data application, whatever we are using, the internet sphere, as we call it, in a particular place.
Mm-hmm.
The Facebook we access, and whatever infrastructure we access for transactions, is resided in a particular place. But because maybe the users don't know where that space is, or the person does not physically know where that location is, we ascribe the word cloud to it. And that's the way you should just look at it. As there's nothing you're doing on your phones right now, on your computer, or whatever transaction or processes you are doing, that is not going to hit a physical box somewhere. It's just, the difference is that physical box is not sitting in your house, or it's not sitting in somebody else's house. It's sitting in an environment that is highly regulated, highly controlled, and designed to meet that business need. I don't know if you want to add some things to it.
Okay, thank you. So it can be verified. So from a technical standpoint, there are a series of tests, because I've spoken to a couple of customers. I've asked, are you sure this thing is not in Europe or somewhere in the US? So there are a series of tests that you can do from an IT perspective to know exactly where the data is. So, and when a customer says, or when a provider says, your data is so and so place, you can verify. Yeah. So it is something that is verifiable. And we encourage customers to also verify, just like he said, something that can be, verified. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I hope that answers your Adejumo. You can also security of personal data, and it's saying to what extent is cloud technology and services provided on cloud technology platform safe? To what extent do they safeguard personal data? Rockby, do you want to try that one, please?
Okay, I'll try to answer this question. Because when your data is stored in cloud, you can choose to do the data encryption. Okay. We provide the basic capability. So you can encrypt your data first and then store to the purchased storage. Yeah, I think this is very easy to acquire this. Okay. The second, for most of the data maybe stored in the database. So when you store your data in the database, so security service. So this kind of service can just filter some aggressive data and give some encryption when you store in the database, and also provide the compliance from PCI DSS, help you to meet the requirements, meet the compliance. Okay.
Fantastic, thank you. So just in summary, every service provider, we've mentioned regulator, we've mentioned regulator requirements, actually ask, like you mentioned, you can verify, and you can request for data encryption at several levels for your data to be safeguarded. Because even though your data is hosted on a shared infrastructure, it remains your data, and you have the right to ask, insist, but at the end of the day, regulators' requirement must be followed. So I'll say again, you are in safe hands, fear not. I believe we are done with questions. I don't know if there are any more questions. No more. Fantastic. Okay, someone's hand is raised. Do you want someone in the crowd? We have 5 minutes. Can we just, yes. We'll take a question and we're done.
Hello.
Hello.
More like a suggestion together with a question. So from a user perspective, dev guys, developers, people that are into fintech apps, I can see the reason why most Nigerians will go to AWS, DigitalOcean, these other cloud providers, simply because of the fact that they can Google how do I deploy my app and instantly they have a set of structures, a sort of instruction that guides them on how to get their app from their PC to that cloud. I don't know if I have done that myself. I've not seen any that tells me how to deploy to any of the Nigerian cloud providers. I don't know if there's any provision by the industry to have this tutorial set up a droplet on and instantly get their app up and running.
All right. Okay, thanks. As you said, it's a suggestion and a comment. So someone want to speak to that, or do we just take it as something we'll take home?
Okay, I mean, I can quickly touch on that. Like you said, there are major cloud service providers out there, AWS, Microsoft Azure, but also, you're also familiar with the Microsoft Azure stack, right? The Microsoft Azure stack, for example, is hosted in our data center. So when you are thinking of deploying in cloud or using cloud resources, you are using a resource deployed, a stack by Microsoft deployed in my data center. So the processes of application hosting, application development, you are very familiar with it. And like my colleague said, managed services is very important. So when you want to interactions with us, you have an onboarding phase where you get familiar with the environment, the dashboards, and all that. And as a result of that, we help you through that journey of moving your data or moving your services into the cloud environment. So yes, we say cloud infrastructure, we say all this, but one of the targets that we see or we try to achieve is having the likes of the Microsoft and the AWSs and the likes, have them come local. So it's not that these services are subscribed out there. The foundation, the knowledge exists for developers, etc., but the infrastructure itself is localized to our environment. I don't know if you want to touch on that as well.
Okay, so thank you. I think he has touched on, majority of the points that you raised. Well, one of the things I also like to, let you understand is a journey for the African market. So we are in that journey. AWS and Azure and DigitalOcean, those guys have already played in a mature market. So we are in that journey. And if you notice, you've done deployments, for example. No two processes are the same. So the way you do it on Azure is different from the way you do it on AWS and all that. So that's where the hand-holding that he spoke about, comes in. Yes, we need to do more in terms of bringing out some of those manuals and making it more accessible to developers, to guys that, want to deploy containers or microservices or any of the likes into our platform. Yes, we need to do that. And it's something that is, is work in progress. It's something that is ongoing, but it's a hand-holding process for us for now, because yes, we can take you to those services, but we are also building local content. We are also building our own interfaces. We are also building our own billing systems, that will more be suited to the African market. So it's a journey that we have taken. It's a journey that we are on. And one of the things I will encourage, developers to do is to engage. When you engage, you understand how the model. Because, for example, on AWS, you can consume and pay later. In Nigeria, one of the major challenges with billing is that a customer will finish consuming your service, and 3 months you are still chasing. They've not paid for the ones they've consumed. So some of the providers like us, one of the things that we are trying to now do also is to change that model. So the moment you spin up a service, you pay for it. So these are conversations that we can have, maybe outside this, but we are in that journey. Thank you.
All right, I hope that's responded. Okay, without further ado, we'll close the panel at this point. Thank you very much, and let's take some pictures.
Thank you very much. And just after they take the pictures alone, I'd ask the President, Vice President, and COO of Fintech NGR to please join them for the pictures. This was a very eye-opening session on sustainable cloud solutions. And we looked at the journey so far in Africa, looked at challenges, and also the potentials for Africa. So a big thank you to our panelists and the moderator for shedding some light. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference started yesterday, and we'd like to show you some of, you know what they say about how that a picture says 1,000 words? We would like to show you more than 1 billion words in pictures on the screen. You'll probably see yourself on the screen in pictures from yesterday and maybe from earlier on today. So please keep an eye on the screen. Now, while that is coming up, I'd like to read some feedback from our virtual audience. Now, I find this one to be very interesting. Okay, I see even a clip. Feedback from the virtual audience. Adejumo Ibukun says, it's good to be here virtually. I'm enjoying the sessions, but the selfie aspect, I would have preferred it to be a part of it live. So this person wishes that she was here physically. But our virtual audience are not left out, and that's why I'm reading your feedback, so that you know that you are a part of the conference. All right, we'll now have a slideshow showing some of the pictures from yesterday, I believe, and earlier on today. You'll probably catch yourself on the screen somewhere. Okay. So there are so many moments that have been caught on pictures. And during the break, we'll go on with the pictures. But I'd like to urge everyone, when you go up for the exhibition break and you go for the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, please take pictures and tag NFW 2022 so that when we come back, we can project some of your pictures here. Please go ahead and tag us so we can project some of your pictures. I'll take one other feedback from Sunshine. The person says, I'm from Neptune Software Limited, joining virtually, and I'm really enjoying this conference. So we are happy. We are really excited that it's not only the physical participants who are enjoying the conference, but also the virtual participants. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now break for the exhibition tour. This is an opportunity to tour the exhibition booths, get a sense of what some of our exhibitors are doing, and also go to the medical center, get some tests done at no cost. Just get your vitals checked. Very important. Health is wealth. And then visit the game center. That's a place to just play some games, catch up, networking. So it's networking, and networking. And we'll come back for the breakout session, for the keynote presentations, and other insightful sessions. You can scan the QR code on the table so that you get acquainted with timing and you get acquainted with what is coming. But this is what I have to say. It gets much more interesting as the session progresses. We break for lunch now. Please go get some lunch, visit the exhibition booths, and network. Thank you very much. Quick one, the Wi-Fi pass. is Fintech at 2022. So please connect with us, use the Wi-Fi, and just use social media to talk about this conference as the session goes on. Thank you.
Are you an online trading operator or are you an active online trader? How will you rate your online trading performance this year? ProShare Nigeria Limited is set to release the 8th edition of the Nigerian Online Trading Ranking Report in November. In this regard, a survey is being carried out. We need your input. This year's survey is designed as an annual follow-up review of the online trading portals in the Nigerian financial markets. For sponsorship and adverts placements in the reports, contact business@proshare.co. Are you an online trading operator or are you an active online trader? How will you rate your online trading performance this year? ProShare Nigeria Limited is set to release the 8th edition of the Nigerian Online Trading Ranking Report in November. In this regard, a survey is being carried out. We need your input. This year's survey is designed as Are you an online trading operator or are you an active online trader? How will you rate your online trading performance this year? ProShare Nigeria Limited is set to release the 8th edition of the Nigerian Online Trading Ranking Report in November. In this regard, a survey is being carried out. We need your input. This year's survey is designed as an annual follow-up review of the online trading portals in the Nigerian financial markets. For sponsorship and adverts placements in the reports, contact business@proshare.co. Are you an online trading operator or are you an active online trader? How will you rate your online trading performance this year? ProShare Nigeria Limited is set to release the 8th edition of the Nigerian Online Trading Ranking Report in November. In this regard, a survey is being carried out. We need your input. This year's survey is designed as an annual follow-up review of the online trading portals in the Nigerian financial market. For sponsorship and advert placements in the reports, contact business@proshare.co. ProShare, Nigeria's leading financial information hub, recently published an incisive report titled The Anatomy of Crude Oil Theft in Nigeria, Understanding the Graft, Impacts and Implications, preferring solutions to what has become a major issue of national concern.
I think the report is very comprehensive. It goes very deep in analyzing it to the extent that I'm not surprised, or indeed, let me say, I will not be surprised if some of the progress we are seeing today in terms of the reawakening of government's interest to deal with this as a result of the ProShare report, because that report was bang on time, was very timely, was perfectly timed, so that when you read it, it's very compelling to the extent that you cannot read that report and then allow the status quo to continue. We will have no future without that. But the report is excellent. I love it.
A copy of the report goes for 150,000 naira only. You can send in your other inquiries to business@proshare.co. ProShare, Nigeria's leading financial information hub, recently published an incisive report titled The Anatomy of Crude Oil Theft in Nigeria, Understanding the Graft, Impacts and Implications, preferring solutions to what has become a major issue of national concern.
I think the report is very comprehensive. It goes very deep in analyzing it to the extent that I'm not surprised, or indeed, let me say, I will not be surprised if some of the progress we are seeing today in terms of the reawakening of government's interest to deal with this as a result of the ProShare report, because that report was bang on time, was very timely, was perfectly timed, so that when you read it, it's very compelling to the extent that you cannot read that report and then allow the status quo to continue. We will have no future without that. But the report is excellent. I love it.
A copy of the report goes for 150,000 naira only. You can send in your other inquiries to business@proshare.co. ProShare, Nigeria's leading financial information hub, recently published an incisive report titled The Anatomy of Crude Oil Theft in Nigeria, Understanding the Graft, Impacts and Implications, preferring solutions to what has become a major issue of national concern.
I think the report is very comprehensive. It goes very deep in analyzing it to the extent that I'm not surprised, or indeed, let me say, I will not be surprised if some of the progress we are seeing today in terms of the reawakening of government's interest to deal with this as a result of the ProShare report, because that report was bang on time, was very timely, was perfectly timed, so that when you read it, it's very compelling to the extent that you cannot read that report and then allow the status quo to continue. We will have no future without that. But the report is excellent. I love it.
A copy of the report goes for 150,000 naira only. You can send in your other inquiries to business@proshare.co. ProShare, Nigeria's leading financial information hub, recently published an incisive report titled The Anatomy of Crude Oil Theft in Nigeria, Understanding the Graft's Impacts and Implications, preferring solutions to what has become a major issue of national concern.
I think the report is very comprehensive. It goes very deep in analyzing it to the extent that I'm not surprised, or indeed, let me say, I will not be surprised if some of the progress we are seeing today in terms of the reawakening of government's interest to deal with this as a result of the ProShare report, because that report was bang on time, was very timely, was perfectly timed, so that when you read it, it's very compelling to the extent that you cannot read that report and then allow the status quo to continue. We will have no future without that. But the report is excellent. I love it.
A copy of the report goes for 150,000 naira only. You can send in your other inquiries to business@proshare.co. Recently published an incisive report titled The Anatomy of Crude Oil Theft in Nigeria.
Is set to release the 8th edition of the Nigerian Online Trading Ranking Report in November. In this regard, a survey is being carried out. We need your input. This year's survey is designed as an annual follow-up review of the online trading portals in the Nigerian financial markets. For sponsorship and adverts placements in the reports, contact business@proshare.co. Are you an online trading operator, or are you an active online trader? How will you rate your online trading performance this year? ProShare Nigeria Limited is set to release the 8th edition of the Nigerian Online Trading Ranking Report in November. In this regard, a survey is being carried out. We need your input. This year's survey is designed as an annual follow-up review of the online trading portals in the Nigerian financial markets. For sponsorship and adverts placements in the reports, contact business@proshare.co. Are you an online trading operator, or are you an active online trader? How will you rate your online trading performance this year? ProShare Nigeria Limited is set to release the 8th edition of the Nigerian Online Trading Ranking Report in November. In this regard, a survey is being carried out. We need your input. This year's survey is designed as an annual follow-up review of the online trading portals in the Nigerian financial markets. For sponsorship and adverts placements in the reports, contact business@proshare.co. Are you an online trading operator, or are you an active online trader? How will you rate your online trading performance this year? ProShare Nigeria Limited is set to release the 8th edition of the Nigerian Online Trading Ranking Report in November. In this regard, a survey is being carried out. We need your input. This year's survey is designed as an annual follow-up review of the online trading portals in the Nigerian financial markets. For sponsorship and adverts placements in the reports, contact business@proshare.co. Are you an online trading operator, or are you an active online trader? How will you rate your online trading performance this year? ProShare Nigeria Limited is set to release the 8th edition of the Nigerian Online Trading Ranking Report in November. In this regard, a survey is being carried out. We need your input. This year's survey is designed as an annual follow-up review of the online trading portals in the Nigerian financial markets. For sponsorship and adverts placements in the reports,
contact business@proshare.co.
So please, let's take our seat. I'll give us about 1 minute to take our seat, and then we'll begin. Please, may I ask the ushers to please help direct our guests to please take their seat as we get ready to begin. Thank you. Standing to take their seats. Please, I'd appreciate if the ushers will please nod the guests who are standing to please come take their seat as we're set to begin the conference. Thank you. Before we went on the break, the lunch break, and I do hope that lunch was good for you. I mean, I had a great experience at lunch today. There's sweet on our table for those of us that had eba, pounded yam, and anything heavy, or maybe even rice. If you had anything heavy and you feel a little bit sleepy, there's some sweet on your table. But I'm sure that we had a great experience at lunch. And for those who are joining in virtually, I'm sure you are having a great experience at home, in the office, in transit, or from wherever you are joining in from. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on with product pitches. There's so many innovative products that have been pitched, and there's more to come. And to start the product pitch, I'd like to invite Jimo Ehi Oko, leader of Huawei Cloud Solutions Architect in Nigeria. Now, this product is focused on how Huawei Cloud enables fintech business transformation. Please join me as I invite Jimo Oko to come make the pitch. A round of applause for him, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. All right. So while we are getting seated, I'll wait for my slide to be displayed. All right. Please start it from the beginning. All right. Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jimo, and I'm the Cloud Solution Architect for Huawei Cloud in Nigeria. So today I'll be talking about how Huawei Cloud provides an enabling environment for fintech businesses in Nigeria and in Africa to thrive. So usually, I usually like to start by asking a very popular question. And your business requires just one floor for operations. Would you rather go about buying a 5-story building when you need just one floor? Or would you choose to just rent a 1-floor building and then grow capacity till you can buy the 5-story building? Anybody responding to this? So which would you rather go for? Buy a 5-story building and you know you're just starting, or just rent a ground floor and then grow capacity till you can acquire the 5-story building? Please, you are free to be you can be audible so that we can hear. I can hear you. So the second option, right? So this is what cloud is all about, right? So today I'll be talking about how Huawei Cloud enables fintech business to thrive in Nigeria and in Africa. All right, so these are the content. I have 10 minutes to go through this. All right, so I want to begin by saying that Huawei, we are into the cloud business. So I want this to sink in before I continue. We are into the cloud business. Many a times, people get it confused. When they hear Huawei, they only think about we are into devices. We make mobile phones, right? When you hear Huawei, what comes to your mind? Oh, these guys are the company that they have a very nice phone. You know, their phones are good and all of that. But we are into cloud as well. Please, I just want it to sink in before I continue. We are into cloud. Just like the big boys out there, the AWS of this world, the Azure and the GCP, Huawei is into cloud as well. And it interests you to know that we are the fastest growing cloud in the world. Now, this might come as a shocker to you, but we did a comparison and looked at the revenue growth, customer growth of all the cloud service providers in the world, and Huawei is currently head and shoulders high above all of them. Our customer and revenue growth is 200+%. That's far higher than what other cloud service providers out there have. We are top 3 in Africa. We are top 5 globally. And then in terms of our infrastructure deployment, we have regions around the world. We have regions in Europe. We have regions in the Middle East. We have regions in Africa. We have regions all around Latin America. We have regions in China. Then in Africa, as you can see on your screen here, we have a region in South Africa. And then the other green dots that you can see here, Nigeria, Egypt, and Kenya, these are regions in planning. And we are going to be one of the first cloud service providers to have a region in Nigeria coming very soon. Then on the right-hand side, these are some of the customers that we serve in the fintech industry. You have OPay there, then we have M-Pesa, and then we have another company in South Africa, NCBA Bank. All right. Now, what are our achievements in the financial industry? We are key partners to 48 out of the top 100 banks. I'll take that again. We are key partners to 48 out of the top 100 banks, right? And then over 2.8 billion people use our one form of Huawei cloud service or the other around the world. Now, in the global market, I already mentioned that we are top 5. And in China, we are number 1 in terms of the financial cloud infrastructure. Now, in 2020, a bank in Singapore, the Digital Bank of Singapore, awarded us the most valued technological partner. And that was because we helped them to meet up with a particular compliance requirement that they needed at the time. Now, overall in the financial industry, we serve over 2,000 financial institutions across 60 countries. And you can see all the brands here. These are different banks and financial companies that you can see here. This is the First National Bank somewhere in Kenya. This is ABSA. This is M-Pesa, in Southern Africa, then you have DBS in Singapore, then you have Commerzbank in Germany, and all of these brands currently using Huawei Cloud services. All right. Now, as the world, right, more and more companies are looking at how best they can push their products out there into the market and then reach out to a large number of customers. Now, it becomes very difficult for you to begin to acquire all of the infrastructure that you would need to actually reach maximum scale. And this is why we come up with this model called everything as a service. So we do all the groundwork for you, we develop all the services that you need, and then we provide it to you as a service. And that was why I asked that initial question at the beginning: would you rather buy a 5-story building or just rent a floor and then grow your capacity till you can buy up that building? So under Huawei Cloud, our value proposition is everything as a service. We provide infrastructure as a service. Under this layer, we provide you with our compute, we provide you with our storage, we provide you with networking, we provide you with security infrastructure to enable you build on top, right? And then we also provide you with this infrastructure across all levels. So when you log into our platform, you are able to use any of our infrastructure from any of the regions that are available. So you can access the African region, you can access the region in Europe, you can access the region in Latin America. And then we have another model that we call technology as a service. Under technology as a service, we do all the groundwork. Like you currently know, if you check out companies that invest so much money in R&D, Huawei is number 2 in the world. And we have done all of those research to ensure that you don't go about reinventing the wheel again. So under this model, we'll provide you with our AI, IoT, our cloud-native solutions. Then we have the last one, which we call enterprise as a service. Under Enterprise as a Service, we provide you with industry standard software as a service and platform as a service. We partner with technological partners all around the world to provide you with products in terms of software as a service and platform as a service that are required for you to move to the next level. All right, so the fintech trends in Africa. Now, it is projected that by 2025, the revenue for fintech in Africa will reach 30 billion. And currently, about 10% of transactions in Africa are just digital, just 10%. So there's a capacity for this to grow and grow higher than this if fintech companies can actually leverage on innovative technologies like what Huawei Cloud is bringing to you this afternoon. Now, what are some of the challenges facing fintech in Africa currently? I'm looking at this time here, it's kind of going very fast, and that's why I'm trying to speed up. And I hope that this time can be adjusted because I think people are still just coming in, right? So I'll go ahead. What are the challenges facing fintech in Africa? Number one is reaching scale and profitability. I already did mention that. By the time you are trying to see how you can reach more and more customers out there, you begin to spend money, right? You begin to buy all the infrastructure you need. At the end of the day, that begins to compete with your profitability, if you agree with that. By the time you spend all the money trying to see, okay, how can I scale? How can I get out there? That begins to compete with your profitability. So at Huawei Cloud, what we do is that we provide you with a very cost-effective cloud platform that enables you to focus on your scaling while at the end of the day still remain very profitable. Now, if you take a look in comparison with other cloud service providers out there, Huawei Cloud is actually, I don't like using the word cheapest, but I'll use it here because at the end of the day, Huawei Cloud will save you a lot of money, and I'll explain why in a couple of slides. Also, another challenge, again, is navigating an uncertain environment. This could mean a fintech company just starting out and is unsure of what is out there waiting for them. Is unsure of how customers might adopt their products or their services. This could also mean a fintech company trying to move to cloud, and then they are worried about the security practices in the cloud. Huawei Cloud can be your strategic partner, and as well, and we have very robust security offerings on our platform, which we'll be seeing in a couple, very shortly. So let's go quickly into the Huawei Cloud fintech solutions that we have. So the very first one is that we'll provide a fintech solution landscape for you. So how do we do this? And the first way we do that is by providing resource efficient cloud services for you. All right. So whether you are looking at optimizing or being efficient in terms of cost, or whether you are looking at being efficient in terms of performance, we have cloud services that can help you meet this requirement. We have services such as the Elastic Cloud Server, which provides you a virtual machine on cloud. we have what we call the CCE, which is the Cloud Container Engine on Huawei Cloud, where you can run your containers, supports Kubernetes and supports Docker. Then we also can able to provide you data intelligence. So you are a fintech company, and then you want to be able to grow. Our solutions can also provide you data intelligence. How this works is simple. We have our own proprietary database service, which we call the GhostDB. That's our data warehouse service there. This can serve as the base for storing your data. Then you can process your data. We have our model arts, which provides the AI capability for you to use those data to train those AI models on our platform. Then we also provide an agile environment for you. This is talking about DevOps, right? So you quickly want to scale, you quickly want to roll out products as soon as possible. You are looking at your time to market. We have services on our platform, such as the service stage, Huawei Cloud Service Stage. This can automate your continuous integration and your continuous deployment and delivery in terms of DevOps for you. So at the end of the day, we also have this security compliance feature here that can help you remain security compliant while on our cloud platform. Sorry, where am I supposed to? All right. Now, also, Huawei Cloud provides full-stack cloud-native solutions powered by an architecture that we call the Kintian architecture. Essentially, what the Kintian architecture does is that it helps you save cost. So, at the beginning, I did mention that when you compare the cost saving on Huawei Cloud, and you look at what other cloud service providers provide you, Huawei Cloud will save you a lot of cost. And the reason for this is because we build our own chips. We build our own infrastructure. And if you look at what other cloud service providers bring to you, right, those guys leverage on third-party infrastructure or chip makers at the end of the day, and that makes their total cost to go high. So the reason why we are able to reduce cost for you at the end of the day is because we leverage on an architecture that we call the Kintian architecture. So it unifies our hardware and our software platform in one piece and offers you a unified experience while on our platform. All right? So for the Cloud Container Engine that helps you to run your container workloads, we also have another service called, under the container layer, we also have another service called the Software Repository for Container, where you can store your container instances. Then we have the second layer, which we call the application layer. The application layer helps you to manage deploying your application as microservices. The second layer, which is the application layer, provides you with application sensing capabilities. We have services such as the application operation management. We have services such as application service mesh. All these services work together to ensure that all your approach towards cloud in terms of microservices are well met and catered for on our cloud platform. All right, now, we have databases as well. So if you are looking at choosing a database on our cloud platform, you can choose database as well. Then we have our own proprietary database solution, which we call GhostDB. We have GhostDB for MySQL. We have GhostDB for Postgres. We have GhostDB for NoSQL or NoSQL, depending on how you pronounce it. Now, what our GhostDB in terms of capabilities bring to you at the end of the day, it brings you 7 times performance. So if you look at the traditional MySQL, for example, that can do, say, 150,000 queries per second. Now, multiply that by 7. That's what we are bringing to you, right? And in terms of scaling a single instance of MySQL, for example, traditional MySQL can go at least, let's say, about 2 terabytes. Our own can achieve a scale of up to 128 terabytes. So this is what our own proprietary GhostDB can bring to your business at the end of the day. And then, if you are looking at migrating from on-prem to Huawei Cloud, we have tools that can facilitate this. We have what we call the data replication service. It provides a real-time replication experience and migration experience without having no downtime. So your database service can still be running while it is being migrated to cloud. And while on the cloud platform, we also provide you tools for management. We call it DAS. That's the data admin service there. That helps you to manage your data on cloud. Still not. All right. All right, quickly, the last of the value proposition I'm bringing, this is not the last slide anyway, but the last of the value proposition is about our data lake services. So you are looking at a place where you can get to dump your data, right, and generate meaningful insight from your data when required. We have a service for this. Now, this service comes in different layers, starting from your data injection to your data storage, to your data processing, to your data analytics, down to your data gov called CDM. So this provides a storage platform for your data to reside in. And in the computing layer, you can do what we call interactive analysis, offline analysis, real-time analysis on your data. And we have tools according to that level. And all of these tools are very cost-effective on our cloud platform. So let me quickly take this. Now, this is very important in terms of security. When my vice president was talking during the panel, he did mention about security compliance. And if you look at all of this slide here, we have obtained all of these certifications. So in the area of security compliance, you can see all the ISOs here. In the area of privacy compliance, you can see all of the ISOs that we have here. In the area of financial compliance, you can see the PCI DSS and the PCI 3DS there. And then the NDPR, we also obtained compliance with the NDPR as well. And then all of these certifications, over 100 plus on our cloud platform. And what this means is that if you are moving to Huawei Cloud, you can as well remain compliant because we are already compliant with each of these cloud security protocols as well. All right, quickly. Now, this is a reference security architecture on our cloud platform. So I want you to quickly take your time, maybe in a minute or two, and just take a look at this. We provide you what we call advanced DDoS to help you mitigate against DDoS attacks. We provide what we call the web application firewall. We have the cloud firewall. We have the cloud bastion host. We have what we call the host security service. We have what we call the data encryption workshop. We have security services for database. We have what we call the VPC. That's a virtual private cloud that isolates your own cloud resources from other tenants. Then we have, under the security management, we have a whole lot: security, situation awareness, vulnerability scan service, Cloud Eye, and a whole lot of them. So all of these cloud services can be provisioned and be bought on our platform to further ensure your security on the cloud. All right, quickly. Now, I want to quickly talk about this. We are encouraging you to partner with us. We want to become your strategic partner. I already talked about that. And there are reasons, there are extra values that we bring to you when you become our ecosystem partner. Now, the first one is go to cloud. We have two models of this. We have what we call the Go Cloud, and we have what we call the Grow Cloud. So we have the Go Cloud, and we have the Grow Cloud, right? All the tools that you need, all the supports, the discounts, the coupon, and the certifications that will help you move to cloud. Then we have the Grow Cloud. It will interest you to know that under our Grow Cloud program, we help partners, how do I put it very easily? We help remarket your products to all of our customers. So imagine that you are trying to penetrate a market, and Huawei Cloud has already reached that market. By the time we talk about so that is why we are looking at how you can be a partner, how we can be partners together with you. We already have partners in this regard that will market their product. For example, you look at our U-Learning solution. Our U-Learning solution is an online education solution. It is coming from a partner, and we are also promoting that solution to all of our customers when we get to talk about our cloud platform. And these are the benefits that you can get from becoming partners. Just two slides, please. Becoming partners with Huawei Cloud. All right, quickly, just two slides before I round up. Now, I want to talk about the customer references. Right? Customer references. You might be wondering, where have we done this before? So just two slides and I'm out here. All right, so the very first one is the Greenlink Bank. So the Greenlink Bank of Singapore was one of the first The Greenlink Bank of Singapore was one of the first 4 banks to obtain a digital license in Singapore, right? And because they did obtain that license, they were looking at how to scale quickly, how they could quickly reach out to customers. So what they did was that they moved all of their workload to Huawei Cloud. At the end of the day, we were able to win an award with them in that regard. So that's one example. Another example is Murong. Another company that we helped in the fintech industry is Murong. Murong was able to move their software as a service fintech solution to Huawei Cloud. So we provided them with cloud-native infrastructure and services on cloud. So we work together with them. So Murong provides mobile money payment system. So they also became part of our ecosystem partners, and they were part of our Grow Cloud program. So what that did for them was that whenever we went out to talk to our own customers, we also product as well. Thank you so much.
Much. Thank you. He's gone over 5 minutes above the 10 minutes. Thank you so much, Huawei. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we love incentives. So, let's have an incentive for every person, every product, every organization that works within time. Let's give them a resounding applause and let's give them a standing ovation. Every person that works within 10 minutes. Can we do that? For every person that pitches and works within 10 minutes, let's give them a standing ovation. So if we don't give you a standing ovation, it means that you have gone above 10 minutes. I think that's going to be a great incentive to make sure that we work within time. But thank you so much, Abiola, for telling us about the work that Huawei is doing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the second pitch now. It's time to listen to the second pitch. And this one is focused on solving cross-border payments, AfriChange. I'd like to bring up the head of partnership and business at AfriChange Technology, Gloria Agboifo. A round of applause for Gloria Agboifo.
No. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? So my name is Gloria Agboifo. I lead the partnership at AfriChange. So before I start, I'm going to ask a question. Have you ever tried transferring or sending money outside Nigeria or from Nigeria? Anyone? Oh, okay. So how was your experience? Pardon? Oh, okay. So how was your experience? It was not good. How long did it take to get your money? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So he said for Nigeria, it took long to get his money. So that's what we're trying to solve at AfriChange. So who are we? Okay. Sorry. Oh, okay, so AfriChange is, we founded AfriChange because of the cross-border payment. We realized that people in Nigeria find it difficult to send money outside, from Nigeria to other parts of the world. And then people outside Nigeria also find it difficult to send money from wherever they are to Nigeria. So our goal is to help you solve money problem and also to save money with low cost for your international company. So we also are we also transact with blockchain and also fiat. That's all other currency, right? And then we help people send money seamlessly from any part of the world to Africa and from Africa to any part of the world. So our fees and rates are very, very good compared to our other competitors or any other traditional routes that you use. So what are the problems you're trying to solve? We're trying to solve for the high cost of remittance, right? It takes a lot, like he said, it takes a lot of money to send money from Africa to any part of the world, right? You spend more, and then at the end of the day, when you get your money in returns, you're getting really, really low, small money from what you had sent. So in 2018, we noticed that $22 billion was sent out of Nigeria, or was sent to Nigeria in terms of remittance from residents in Canada, right? Blacks in Canada. Then in 2017, we noticed that $436 million was sent back home from Canada to Nigeria. Apart from the high transaction fee, we are also solving for immediate receipt of your money. So for other people, it takes 2 to 5 days to get your money. But with AfriChange, you get your money instantly. So I remember a time where I traveled and I needed funds, right, from Nigeria to a particular account in the UK, I had to use a third-party application to be able to fund my Nigeria wallet. So what I did was I got the third-party application to fund my Nigeria wallet and still did not get my money. But with AfriChange, you can actually fund your wallet with your local bank account and then get it to your AfriChange wallet, or you can send money from your Canada bank account and send it direct, or your AfriChange wallet in Canada and send it directly to your partner, anyone's account number you want to send it to in Nigeria, or you can send it to AfriChange at a very, very low cost, or sometimes at no cost at all. Why is this not working? Okay, so for Canada, we noticed that these countries actually send money from Canada. People in Canada send money to these countries, right? In 2017, for China, East Africa, East Asia, and the Pacific sent this amount of money from Canada to their countries, and also Europe and sent money to Africa. Then, so this was what actually made us found AfriChange. So our solutions, what solutions are we solving for? So we're solving for seamless transfer and reduced remittance for costs. With AfriChange, if you're sending money from Canada to Nigeria, you're sending at no cost. You're sending at $0. So we're not charging you for that. But if you're sending from Nigeria to Canada, we are going to charge you at $1 Canadian. So aside from Canada to Nigeria, we also, you can send money from Canada to Kenya, from Canada to Mexico, from Canada to Australia, from Canada to the US, and then from Nigeria to Canada and other African countries. So we have very easy way to send money. We have a very secure wallet with AfriChange, and then we have no charges. So at the moment, we have 46,000 users on AfriChange. And also at AfriChange, we have a partner API. So we are welcome to partnership. We have different partners that currently use our API to solve cross-border payments for themselves. Also, we have features like virtual cards. We have bill payment features where you can pay bills for anyone from Africa to wherever country they currently are. So use case, for example, say he wanted to send money and then he wants to send 200 Canadian dollars to you in Nigeria. Western Union will charge you $20 and then you receive this in Naira. Broad Remit will charge you this, but at AfriChange, we will charge you $3.66. That's about 1.66 Canadian dollar for fee debit card fee, plus $1 to cover the processing fee, and you receive 52,000 Naira in your bank account or in your AfriChange wallet. But if you're using your AfriChange wallet, you get you get more than this amount that you get directly to your bank account. So you can see that AfriChange, we're trying to solve for the cost of sending money across different countries, right? If you don't believe it, you can actually pick up your phones right now and download the app and see how it works, and then you get your money instantly on AfriChange. So we are very big on compliance. Like I said, we accept partners as well. So before we accept partners, we make sure that we onboard them on the KYC document, because we realize that most people use platforms like this for fraud. So to avoid this kind of situation, we are really big on compliance. We are registered as a money service business with Fintech in Canada, and then we are also registered in Nigeria. So to meet anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism regulatory requirements, all client identity are duly taken from us. So if you try to download the app and register right now, we'll ask you to snap your means of identification, your either international passport or driver's license or voter's card, right? The front and back of it. So just to avoid any form of fraud and instability. So what people are saying about us, AfriChange is so efficient, even at 4 a.m. they come through. So like I said, we are instant, and then we don't charge much. AfriChange has me by my balls. doubt of what Lemonade can make crossover, then AfriChange and Lemonade, they battle LOL, but AfriChange, they always get better rates. So if you have any questions for me or you like to partner, I'll be at the booth, and then would always come through for you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was 8 minutes, 30 seconds. So in accordance with our rules, please can we stand and give AfriChange a resounding applause. 8 minutes, 30 seconds. Thank you. So we'll just appeal to every other person who will be pitching or will be speaking. Please, just so we have enough time to listen to other people as well, please let's work with the timer at the back. Thank you very much. And up next, I'd like to invite InterSwitch Enterprise Solution, Susan Fashikwe, Head of Retail Payments at InterSwitch, and Jennifer Alua will be doing the pitch. A round of applause for them. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm trying to wait for the clicker. Thank you very much. Yes, good to see everyone here. I know we are probably very tired. We've been here since morning. So I'll try to be very, very fast with the presentation. My job here is very simple. It's just to show you some of the innovative products we currently have in InterSwitch. Please, can someone help me with the clicker, please? Thank you. The innovative products we currently have in InterSwitch. I'm very excited today. It seems as if we're talking more about cloud infrastructure, how you can layer on cloud to be able to scale your business and grow. Having looked at the problem cloud is trying to solve today, knowing the infrastructure deficits we have within the African market, and that has kind of bet some of our solutions that we'll be pitching to you today. One of such solutions today is our InterSwitch Bank as a Service. The problem it seeks to solve today is to enable fintechs, MFBs, MFIs, build a digital banking solution that can help them grow and help them scale. Traditionally today, prior to now, if you want to deploy a digital banking solution, what you literally do before now is to go ahead, get servers, get a lot of infrastructure. But what we're doing differently is to say, you know what, do not bother about all those heavy servers and infrastructure that you'll be working with today. Just come on board on our platform, the bank as a service platform, and you can create your customer profile. You can pass ledger entries, and you can connect all your digital banking channels to that particular platform. Is the clicker working? It's just me. Okay, thank you. So just trying to get used to this. Maybe I should go to, sorry, let me just go to this side. Maybe to work better. Okay, thank you very much. I guess technology this time. All right, so as I was just saying that it's a digital banking suite that helps banks and financial services grow their businesses and help them create customer information, onboard their customer on their platform. It also helps you create ledger balances and ledger entries. It also enables you to create loans and collateral. So today as FinTech, we know we've deployed lots of innovative solutions, right? And one of the things we've done very well at the Switch is to partner with fintechs, banks, and MFIs. And we're saying that as you begin to create all these innovative solutions, while you're creating your front end that would do the old loan and collateral services, while you're trying to create customers, onboard customers, and do the basic KYC requirement needed for your business, what we are saying is that we can give you a platform that can store all this information for you, almost at no cost. We are saying that if you come on board on our platform, beyond you just able to create your customers' information, we can give you ready available APIs that can make your onboarding seamless, that can make you, as your customers are transacting online using your front-end solution, at the back end, you can create all those entries so that in terms of reconciliation, life will be a whole lot easier for you. And this same bank as a platform, this particular infrastructure that we have, can be connected to all the various digital channels that you want your customers to be able to speak to you or interact with you. The next of our solution is our payment as a service platform. One of the things we've done in InterSwitch is to say that because we have various solutions that we have deployed today, we are saying that if you partner with us, we can give you a platform, which is our payment as a service platform, that allows you to drive your ATMs should you decide to drive ATMs. It also allows you to drive your POS terminals, whether you want to use it for merchant acquiring or agency banking. It also allows you to also offer any other payment type or channel that you want to onboard your customer on. Some of those channels that we have today, some of those channels are the USSD, the web, the mobile platform, the POS solution that I talked about, and the ATM. And then we also have ready available APIs that you can use to partner with other aggregators to grow your business. One of the things you can do again is you can do the request to pay service. It has open banking capabilities, which means that you are not just consuming our APIs alone to be able to grow and scale your business. You can also partner with other entities easily and seamlessly. Today, what happened mostly is that as fintech or as MFBs, you would ordinarily try to partner with commercial banks to be able to deploy some of these services. What we're saying is that we are empowering you as fintechs, as MFBs, as MFIs, to be able to acquire your transactions yourself, drive your POS terminal yourself, and have a lot of these APIs readily available for you to also go into partnership. And we also have readily available dashboards that you can use to monitor your transactions as they're being done. You can see is my terminal up, is my terminal down. All those monitoring solutions are available at your doorstep. The next one we want to talk about is our security solution. We're saying beyond giving you our banking as a service platform, our payment as a service platform, we understand that more than ever, these fraudsters are getting very smart. They need to be, and we need to be able to secure those platforms. So we have our security as a service solution that enable you to be able to do card prevention, card fraud prevention, application fraud prevention, merchant acquiring prevention. I know most of us are big on merchant acquiring here or onboarding merchants or agents. You should be able to track your agent and say, you know what, my agent is supposed to be selling or supposed to be doing X, Y, Z type of transaction. If I see an unusual type of transaction, do I have a solution that can proactively say and flag those type of transactions? That's what is our security as a solution platform will do for you. It will enable you, it would allow you flag unusual transactions on your platform and prevent any form of fraud that would come on that platform. Then the next one of our solution is the mobile banking as a service platform. What we are telling our partners here today is to say that we understand the infrastructure cost to be able to build mobile app and to be able to build a multi-tenant, download it, and readily and almost immediately your customers can begin to use the mobile banking application. They can do basic transactions on the platform, the usual transfers, the usual bill payments, the usual bill payments, and any other type of transaction you want your customers to be able to do on the fly. And then you have ability to be able to customize the look and feel to reflect what's your theme or what the theme of your institution basically represents. what the team of institution basically represents. So we're trying to work with time. I think that's all from my end. I would call Jennifer to just speak on the other solution. Our fintech card issuance platform. Jennifer, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon. Okay, thank you. Thank you all. My name is Jennifer, and in a few minutes, I will be taking you through an amazing product. We call it Fintech Card Issuance. But before we go into the details of the product, I would like to just take our minds back. Back before we had innovation and technology conversations. We've always had banks householding funds, enabling their customers to do transactions like deposits, withdrawals, and even doing card issuance themselves. But then, we had the advent of fintechs. And of course, that market is actually fast rising. And they also have their business needs. They want to be able to allow their customers to assess their wallet balance and carry out POS, web, and ATM transactions. This is where our product comes in because, of course, card issuance is needed at some point for their customers to do this. But have we thought about the cost impact? Have we thought about the infrastructure or the regulatory requirements that they would require to carry out this service for their customers? But with our fintech card issuance products, we enable the fintechs to issue cards to their customers, minimizing the cost for this, and at the same time ensuring that the regulatory requirements they need are actually met, the process, the standards are actually met for this to be possible for them. I'll be moving on to the next slide. Thank you. Now, with this background story, you might be wondering, okay, so yes, I've heard you. Why do I need fintech card issuance? There are a whole lot of benefits, but I'll just be touching on some of them. We have the increase in customer base. We have increase in revenue. So let's say today you only have one or two streams through which revenue is generated at your end. But imagine you adding card issuance to it. You are reaching a wider target market. You are also increasing your customer base. And most importantly, you are actually reducing the cost that you would actually face doing this single-handedly. I'm sorry, I just have 5 minutes, so I'll just go through this quickly. So let's just briefly look at the architecture for this. This is actually a soft-level architecture. When the fintech comes on board on our platform, Fintech Card Issuance, to carry out card management activities by themselves, manage their cards by themselves, be it blocking of these cards, unblocking, PIN issue, PIN reissuance, and a host of other activities. We also have the card transaction processing aspect of it. This process is the same process as it is today for transactions. So this means their cardholder goes to a terminal, be it POS, web, ATM, does the transaction, it is routed through to the card scheme, and from the card scheme, this transaction is also routed to us, InterSwitch. And of course, through a standard API call, we also route the transaction to the fintech to ensure that authorization and debit of that transaction is done by the fintech alone, not us. Thank you. So, quickly, I'm a fintech today, and Jennifer, I think I'm interested in your product. I would like to come on board. What do I need? We have a whole lot of requirements, but let me just tell you the basic ones you should just have at the back of your mind. First of all, you would require the help of a sponsor bank. This is because with your sponsor bank, you would be leveraging on their BIN or a BIN range, depending on which is actually given to you. And this BIN range will be configured on our system to also facilitate the validation of your transactions that your cardholders will be doing. You would, of course, have a signed level agreement, your cardholders' wallet APIs to carry out your data prep, card production, and card management activities. We would also give you platforms for your disputes, settlements, reports, and all of that. And would also give you the ability to carry out functionalities like card blocking and a host of others. I've actually mentioned that. Of course, you also need to have a platform through which your customers can make the request, be it a mobile app, be it a website, or whatever platform you actually choose. And So this means your sponsor bank will not just only be giving you their BIN or ranging their BIN range to you, there would also be standard for settlements today. Transaction was done yesterday, settlement happens the next day. And of course, once all this is done, for all settled transactions, we have a platform, which is Extra Switch, where these fintechs can actually go and generate their reports. Lastly, for dispute management, we have a platform still on Extra Switch, which is actually Habitat 1.0, 2.0, where our fintechs can actually go to actually raise chargeback for transactions that their customers must have complained about, and for them to also respond to such claims raised against them. So this is just a brief touch on our products. I will be available for questions, and you would like to know more about the products, I'll be right here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going on to the next session, which is a keynote on the global investment landscape, trends in the public and private markets. And to take this session, this 20-minute session, I'd like to invite Professor Gbenga Ibikunle, a professor and chair of finance at the University of Edinburgh Business School. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for the introduction. Gaining from some research exercises in recent times. So my name is Gbenga Ibikunle. I'm with the University of Edinburgh, where I research in financial economics. Oh, splendid. So this is about some of the trends we're seeing in financial markets, in the capital markets in the markets for capital, both public and private, in recent times. So it is based on a report that I did for the All-Party Parliamentary Group in the UK Houses of Parliament sometime in 2020. So the parliamentarians were keen to understand why we were seeing a decline in the number of listed companies in the UK public markets, and not just in the UK public markets, globally, really, as you will see from the data. So they asked me to look into this, so I put together a team to examine the reasons. So the insights I'm presenting today are based on that work, so I needed to say this up front. Right. So this is how we went about gathering the evidence we needed for this. We gathered some primary data as well as secondary data. A lot of our work was based on analyzing big financial data from quite a lot of databases. But we also took the opportunity to speak to people who are in the know, who have been making decisions regarding a company going public or not, or a company that has been public, the listing from public markets to go private. There are lots of reasons why companies make these decisions. We needed to understand this, so that's why we gathered primary data as well to look into it. So I'm going to show you a few slides now with some charts to try to set the stage for this. This is the first chart I'd like you to focus on. In there, you can see the number of listed companies we've had in the UK for the past 35-something years, as well as the number of delistings we have had as well. Then we have the number of new companies in there as well. So there are a few things that I'd like to point out here. The first one is the fact that we have had a picking of annual listings in the UK since 2000. What we have been seeing in recent times is a decline in the number of companies that have been listing. And if we take a longer-term approach to look at that, we look at the decade between 2000 and 2009, we had about 150.5 companies listing on an annual basis. And if we look at the very next decade after that, the number has fallen to 82.2. That is a 45.38% decline, suggesting that more companies are not going public, or companies that are public are delisting from the public markets. So the number of UK listed companies peaked in 2006, and by 2019, when we're looking at this data, and this is the second chart, this shows you the trends a little bit closer, the trends in new listings, the listings, and net listings in the UK. Then with the red line, it has remained positive since around 2010. But what this chart doesn't show is that most of those companies are tiny companies. They are small companies that are going public in the UK. The major companies that we expect to see listing, we looked at the context, including France, Germany, Hong Kong, and the US. And you can see that this is not a UK phenomenon. This is a phenomenon that is more pronounced than in the US, where in 2019, we had just over 4,000 companies listed in the US, the largest economy in the world, and the country that is responsible for more than 50% of the global size of capital markets in the world. That is about half the number at its peak in 1993 and 2009. Global trend, what we're seeing is nothing that we can ascribe to a specific country. So we expect to see this in emerging economies as well, if we start looking at the data from those places. But there is something that stands UK out in here, is the fact that even when companies are going public, they are not big. Other markets are becoming more attractive to even companies coming from the UK to list on its exchange. But it has also attracted non-Chinese listings as well. We've got Russell, for example, 2.2 billion. That was done, I think, in about 2018. Prada, 2.14 billion IPO. And Samsonite, looking away from London. To understand, first and foremost, why will a company go public in the first place? Most companies start small. All companies start small. And as you grow, normally, if you're lucky enough to grow, you start facing increased risk because you're growing bigger, and go to the public market where they're not going public in terms of this one is very popular. And this is an important factor that makes going public not an option for many companies. A lot of companies these days have intangible assets that are critical to their value. The knowledge and tangible asset that they have is what encapsulates their value to the market. And if you are going to go public, you're going to have to divulge some of that information to would-be investors, because you will have to provide it risky, because this is what captures exactly how useful your company is, how valuable your company is. So many companies choose not to do it. A few well-heeled, a few very rich investors who can invest in their businesses rather than going into the public markets. And that has led to the rise of another phenomenon, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit. So, as I said, we are seeing a rebalancing of the value of companies away from things like machinery and buildings, tangible assets that we can lay claim to. For example, in terms of machinery, in terms of achieving a very viable source of revenue as well. And the short period in which they achieve the $1 billion valuation is also another thing that characterizes this kind of companies. There are a few examples here. A very popular one is ByteDance, which is the owner of TikTok. They have $140 billion valuation right now, achieved within a couple of years. Didi Juxin, which is also another Chinese billion-dollar valuation startup company, $1 billion. It's in private markets. And so the story is changing. In the past, we'd expect a lot of companies, as they're getting bigger, to start going to the public markets and to start disclosing a lot of information. But these guys are choosing not to do that, to stay within the knowledge intangible to capitalize on this. And those yet to be proven intangible assets, it's difficult for an important thing that we have found in our research. And one other reason why private, small companies, emerging companies may choose not to want to go into the public market is the cost. They face much higher costs to go to the market in the first place, but also to stay in the market. There is a lot of cost that is associated with that. There is a survey that we included in the survey, estimates a third public in the first place, but also to adhere to the rules of being a public company. We looked at SEC filings for you to $99 million. You can use investment banks for the roadshows and so on. It is massive endeavor. And for the largest deals worth more than $1 billion, you can expect to spend, in some cases, up to $149 million. That is based on SEC filings from the Securities and Exchange Commission in the US. But there are still reasons for companies to want to go public. Because if you have robust regulation that these companies have to adhere to, it makes them attractive to international investors. For example, I invest liberally in UK companies because of the robust regulatory environment. So we looked at this, and we used data from the World Bank to measure the rule of law, and we determined that the quality of the UK regulatory environment is linked to a 19.66% increase in the number of UK IPOs over the 35-year period that we looked at. So there is some benefit to it, despite the fact that it can be quite expensive to be a public company. We are also seeing evolving investor attitudes. A lot of investors don't want to wait for the long term to reap the profits of their investment. They are only waiting for the next quarter. They are always looking to the next quarter. And I do the same. Basically, my investment app, I'm looking at it at the end of every day. How much did I make today? So that is a problem. I'm a small company that is looking to make money in the future. And for good reason. The strategy may be sound to play to the long, all of their predictions just for a couple of quarters. And problem that these companies are very quickly. And this short-termism, we identified as perhaps the biggest factor in emerging companies now, and it has given rise to it. So we are seeing a lot of companies come to the UK. Now, this is an article in the New York Times. I gave some comments in this article, and it also reviewed the report on which this presentation is on. And what the article was trying to say is that because of this issue of short-termism, of investors' expectations, a lot of companies are not well valued, because when investors see that you are not making money quickly enough, they start selling your stock. And as they sell your stock, the value of your stock falls. It can be precipitous, and it can spell doom for a company. And when that happens, what occurs is that you see private equity, special investment vehicles coming from places like the United States and China coming up to buy companies. This is a trend in the United Kingdom right now. And it's not just in the UK, it's happening in different climes all around the world. So here are some quotes that we got from some of the people we spoke with. And you can see they are very highly placed C-suite executive cast members in their different companies. So we are seeing the rise of private equity funds. These private equity funds, they go into the public markets and they take companies private. They also ensure that companies that are already private, that are innovative, that can perhaps have strong long-term prospects, they are also investing in them and helping them to stay private longer. So in the past, about 20, 30 years ago, you'd expect a major company that has already shown that it can make revenue to start thinking about floating an IPO. That's not happening anymore. What's happening now is those who already floated an IPO are actually coming back into the private fold. There was an example that I was going to give as part of this. Rocket Internet, Rocket Internet is the beaten because of the fact that they were missing targets quarterly, repeatedly. And so this is the trend. And they were able to go private because of support from private equity firms, private equity funds. My apologies. So we had to look at this. We had to examine, we had to be able to determine this with some focus on the UK. And we found that 4% in the number of IPOs in the UK over a sample period. That is significant considering the fact that over the previous decade of our data, only about 82.2% of companies were going public annually anyway. So that is significant. And we also are able to ascribe the rise in private equity financing to about 1.55% decline in the proceeds from IPOs themselves, and also 12.73% decline in IPOs as a proportion of publicly listed companies in the UK. Now, this is important because this is relative to the value of all the companies that are listed. And this is exactly what shows you that even when companies are going public, there are tiny companies that are, for the most part, not very consequential for the states, for the size of publicly listed companies. And also, the growth in private equity financing is linked with 8.82% in IPOs scaled by the size of the UK economy in GDP terms. This is also important because it helps us capture the impact of IPO prevalence on the UK economy as a factor. I think this is pretty much my last slide. So, but this slide is still talking pretty much about the rise in private equity funds, but it's also focusing on the fact that most of those private equity funds are coming from different parts of the world rather than from the UK itself. And it's not just the UK that is susceptible to this. I'm sure right here in Nigeria there are private equity funds coming from the United States and buying up and providing support for a lot of innovative companies. And this is a trend we can expect to see more of. This is just in the case of UK. In 2019, private equity funds raised a total of £47.59 billion to spend on taking companies private or to spend on helping private companies stay private for longer. And we can see that 39.5% of that was raised from North American markets. You can replace North American markets with the United States. I don't think Canada doesn't have a significant part of this. And another one we should watch out for is Asia Pacific. And also, from time 4, I'm aware of the fact that I have just about 56 seconds left in the extra time I've been given. And I just want to spotlight this. We're hosting a Fintech conference in Edinburgh next year, and you are all invited to attend. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to catching up on the sides of the conference to discuss this. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Right. So.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the breakout session. But before we go into the breakout session, we've been sitting for a while. So it's time to stretch our legs. So may I ask that we please rise? Quick exercise. And so now I'm doubling as the fitness trainer and master of ceremonies. Okay. dance step. So you just go low when he says go low, and then when he says booga, you come up. It's just very simple. Can we try it? And everyone who is joining in at we're moving on to the breakout session. And it's just a breakout session where we're going to be funding is a major challenge in the fintech ecosystem. Funding is important to everyone, especially at the ideation stage. So funding is very important. This breakout session addresses this important issue of funding. And so it's going to be divided into 3 sessions. I believe that a lot of people have registered or indicated their interest in which session they're interested in. But as a means of recap, I will just say it again. The first session is focused on interesting funding trends. Interesting funding trends. And for the interesting funding trends, the speaker who is going to be facilitating that session is Henry Obiaike, MD Fair Money Nigeria. If you're in here, please can you wave to indicate? All right, so that's Henry over there. Henry is facilitating that session. A round of applause for Henry, please. So that's Team A. Now, Team B is focused on public-private capital. Public-private capital. And to the speaker who is facilitating that session is Ina Alogu, the Group Director of Digital Transformation at ARM Group. Ina, are you in here? Right, please let's give him a round of applause. All right. Team C is focused on new funding channels. New funding channels and pipeline. New funding channels, pipelines. And to facilitate that session, we've got Oluwafunto Olasemo, VP Financial Markets at Afex. Oluwafunto Olasemo, are you in here? Please, can you wave your hands for Team C? All right. Okay, so maybe we can quickly just remind Oluwafunto that we're about to start now as we set up Team C. So Team A, again, is interesting funding trends. Team B is private-public capital. And Team C is new funding channels and pipelines. So those are the 3 breakout sessions. Now, we're going to have 30 minutes for the breakout session. 30 minutes to discuss, after which we'll reconvene here again. And by this time, we'll come to discuss, the major takeaway and the insights that have been provided in our groups. So we'll divide into the breakout groups and then come back, reconvene, to close with, insights from each group presentation. So for the first group, Team A, to the left side, so if you could please just follow Henry. If that's what interests you, please go ahead and follow Henry. That's Team A to my left. And of course, our virtual B is over there to discuss public-private capital. So please just follow Ina if you are a part of Team B. Team B, are you here? Okay, Team A, are you here? Okay, Team C, are you here? You've got to be with one of the teams. We're divided into 3. So it's either you are taking part in the conversation on interesting funding trends, or public-private capital, or finally, new funding channels. But there's no discussion taking place here. So we all are going to need to be divided into either of them. So Team A is over there, right there with Henry. Team B is with Ina over there. And Team C is with Oluwafunto right here. So I believe we're setting up for Team C right here. So ladies and gentlemen, please, can we take our stand? Can we please stand and just move over to be a part of either Team A, Team B, or Team C? Our facilitators would take over from here. 30 minutes for the discussion. The timer is going to be on, and then afterwards we reconvene to share insight. Okay, so I've just been reminded to urge us to please be a part of it, because this session, a lot of sessions have involved us commenting and sharing feedback. But this one particularly is going to be open to discussions. We want to hear your thoughts. This is a floor discussion. And the work of our facilitators and our speakers is just to stir conversations, drive conversations, and make sure that you participate and we get some insight. So please, either you're with Team A or Team B or Team C, you should be with one of them. The conversation in all three groups is centered around the theme of funding. And that's something we all need. Money, ego, kudi, naira, dollar, pounds, whichever currency is important. Funding is important in the fintech ecosystem, especially at the ideation stage. So please, let's move over as our virtual delegates also join in and the speakers take it up from here. Thank you.
all persons with disability in this Lagos.
I work with disability community.
Human rights. We are so much excited.
When we are talking about,
when we are talking about
sustainable development goals,
you see,
part of
you
it.
say this is part of it.
They said that we must be
carried along.
The UN also
made it compulsory
that they should stop
discriminating against us.
You must be carried along
all your funding activities and everything.
That's our concern.
Our concern is how to live the poverty level. Most of our people are still below the poverty level.
This is why
we struggle to join this conversation here.
Why help us? What I want to talk
on
to live
poverty behind.
Most of our
people
not
employed,
underemployed. We want a situation where
they can also be helped and supported doing business.
We have artisans.
We have small scale. We have people doing different things.
Agriculture.
And in agriculture,
we are more focused on
now.
Many of them are good in
many of them are
what
they think that people can't work.
We want them
to also think about what can make life easier, comfortable, like those on the wheelchair, or those
about electric.
We have electric wheelchair that are very expensive. Some of our members want to buy.
That they want to definitely they are to go America because they are well job there. After we are work just before go here, we are sitting on there. That is why funding them.
But anyone, it can happen at any time.
We are appealing.
So we are appealing to think how we can be carried along and not be left behind.
Wow, this is, for me, it's bringing a lot of perception to the entire conversation. And I like the SDG aspect that he brought into the conversation, which is pretty much saying that if in a certain landscape, what are the criteria that they are looking at? Is impact investment part of the criteria? And what he's saying, because a lot of them do not focus on impact, people that are differently enabled are being shortchanged from the value chain. So it is not because for lack of provision of value in solution they offer to the society, but because the overall objective of the VC or who the investors ultimately, whether it's on the equity side or on the debt side, it's not been properly defined to include impact investment. So that is a very critical area that I think we need to bring to the forefront. How do we ensure that people that are differently enabled can participate and benefit from the pool of funding that is coming into the fintech space? I can tell you for free that this is not a conversation. We can start the conversation in the air, but it goes beyond us here because there are a lot of thinking process, policy changes that needs to drive this. I'm a big fan of advocacy, right? Because we can discuss the best of ideas, yeah, but we also then need to bring the right people into the room that can then say, if this is so important to this set of people, and enabling the environment that they would not be left behind in all of the developments that is happening within the fintech space. So I have a question, right? And this for me is, you can call it my own personal beef with the fintech space. Because a lot of time in Nigeria, and maybe in Africa by extension, a lot of time when you hear fintech, the only thing that I see around is payments. And I was like, you're saying, so again, what exactly do we define as fintech? Because I think, okay, what exactly do we define as fintech? So anyone? So you go through the booths and you see sorry, I don't know. I'm just calling names. Not like you see any pay, somehow pay, and then the only thing that is different is the first 2 or 3 letters before the pay. Everybody is pay. But if value is not created, what are you paying for? So for me, right, it's something that is close to my heart. And when he was feeling alienated, I feel alienated that I think I'm in the fintech space, but because I'm not doing payments, does that make me a less fintech person? So I would like to hear your thought process. And again, tell me, as you are sitting down here looking for funding, tell me a payment-related solution in our mind of businesses or services we want to float.
I mean,
By show of hands?
after you put it this way, there's no way we can.
Right. So, but again, it's just interesting to know. I just want to know. So we are roughly 2020. You smart. Pay. Okay, it's pay. So how many of us are offering services that is not fueling payments? So tell me what you do. Okay. So what's the ideation? That's the payment.
No, it's not payment because the platform does not allow you to transact.
Okay, so tell me more about your idea.
Okay, so what we just do is just to lend strictly.
Peer-to-peer lending, what kind of lending?
Well, yes.
Micro-lending?
Micro-lending, and we are looking into peer-to-peer. But
Okay.
strictly micro-lending for now. So we don't have anything wallet, there's no such account in there, like you don't pay bills on the platform, nothing, it's just strictly lending.
Okay, fair enough. Let me now say my other. So when it's not to him, banking the unbanked. But we are banking the unbanked that can pay back.
Investment can also
Absolutely.
also well.
We have the likes of Bamboo. We have the likes of Piggy Vests.
We have the like of money.
Rice. We have Digicolo, also payments, interest.
Concerning people doing just payments. I make a lot of noise about banking the unbanked.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in the crypto and blockchain space.
Yeah.
And that is one industry that, if you look at it so much, it banks the unbanked to a level. I've been privy to meet young boys who are 16, 15 years old boys who are doing crypto. They move money here and there with crypto. And if they go to the bank, they tell them they can't open an account. Less on a level. So, but if we come to the traditional fintech, I was looking at money. What even made me call money now was I was reading something the other day when they said they were banking the unbanked.
Okay.
And I attacked the person who posted it. And I said a lot of times we make a whole lot of noise about banking the unbanked. But if you look at what they are doing, they are offering services in Lagos where they have people who can pay. They are offering services in Port Harcourt or in Abuja. These are places where.
Tell them, are you in Nasarawa?
Thank you very much. So I asked him, I said, okay, what happens to places like Benue State, places like Anambra State?
Or that village in Bayelsa, where there's lots of
very
water.
close to Lagos, maybe Oyo, Ekiti, and those kind of places. And money was stood out maybe a little. I think they said they first started with some local guys in Ekiti State and some other states. Okay, I said, so we're level that is good. So, but I think that because a lot of people put the technology first before even tackling the solution.
Yeah.
That is where we have these issues, because some of those remote areas, you don't need most of the technicalities that we put into these products
So there's a
to
cost
start.
of infrastructure.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So, and some of them, because of the intellectual capacity to capture these things that we have built, we can't really take the product there because one, internet is a problem. Number two, maybe they don't have the intellectual capacity to maybe operate some of these because the kind of phones they use.
So that very interesting conversation, and on top of my head is bringing more questions. And one of the questions is, everybody has crowded around payment or credit more than the other things. And two questions is, do you think that that is going to have an impact in the amount of, let me say, foreign direct investments that comes into the fintech space in Nigeria? Because of the limitation of scope, of service, availability. That is one question. The second question that is that, do you think that, what do you think is responsible for not having that disruptive service offering? Because a lot of product that comes out after Paystack, Flutterwave came out, they are incremental introduction to the market. So today is Paystack, Flutterwave, then you have MoneyPay, and then you have, I hope I'm not running anybody's, then you have, please give me the name of any of these. You have, what's this one from Equity?
Money.
Money points.
Money. And then you ask, okay, what's the difference between Money Points and this? And they just give you something that, okay, I can live without that if it was available in the other world. So what I have seen happening is that you don't have disruptive introduction.
Thank you.
What we have are just incremental. Question is, what do you think is the impact of the potential funds that would come? Do you think it would make any difference? Or do you think the payment and the credit base that we've established is big enough to attract the kind of volume of funds that is currently available on Wall Street in the US? Or do you think that the base needs to be expanded? Because fintech can be agri-tech, insurtech, it can be any tech, right? So I'd like to hear your thought process. First question is, credit and finance, is it enough base to continue to attract the kind of funding that we've seen in the past? Second is, do you think that, sorry, what was the second again?
If to be able to attract more funding.
Yes. What do you think is responsible for not having that disruptive product introduction? He mentioned something interesting. All the payments and credits, they are in cities. What happened to Nasarawa? What? Please give me one of those are the roots. Pampaida. Has anybody heard of Pampaida?
Very remotely.
I don't know what. Eh?
Yeah, it sounds like that's what
We said that I'm working in the organization. I don't know the name of some of these. Other than, because fintech is supposed to be disruptive, it's supposed to bank the unbank. Where your Access Bank, where your Union Bank, where your.
My name is Ariana. I work with Ola Communications and I'm the Fintech Development Manager. So for your question, can you hear me?
No.
Okay, my name is Solani and I work with Ola Communications as the Fintech Development Manager. So for the questions you asked, personally I would say, yeah, like fintech is meant to be disruptive, really. They're disruptive, rather. But I'll say, for me, from my own, from the way I perceive it and how it's going so far, it's still more of, I think banking is still, the other type of banking as we know it, traditional banking is still what is still taking the forefront in the sense that they've been able to break it down to really meet the unbanked compared to what Fintech is doing. We have closer, like Access Bank doing, in my own area, for example, it's not, I won't say it's remote, so to speak, but I know it's really inside. Some people in Abulek, but some people that are very, very far, they just go about with, their phones, they want to do transfer, and they get paid, they get rendered all those kind of services. Though it's still strict, it's still down to payment and all of this kind of things, but I'm just saying that, okay, how do we go about it? How far have we, as fintech, penetrated the market? I'll say they haven't scratched the ground just yet. And when you said funds are available right now, if we can look at it as Wall Street Bank, so to speak, I'll say it's a journey. It's a journey, and then you have to go back to the books, to the board, and trace yourself and find out what you're doing, what you can do better. For example, for me, for people that are into agriculture, produce, you're talking about people that want to buy sesame seeds, people that are in Akure, cocoa, and all of that. We find out that these farmers are still very very local. We still talk to them in Yoruba. They can't even use phone. Yet they are the ones producing all of these things. They are the ones doing the farm. They are the ones adding the value. They're all of the value chain that we want to touch. So we, from our own side, from our own company, we have been looking at, okay, how do we go about adding value? We are still doing research, so it's not like something, it's still in the ideation stage. So we can see that it's a lot of work and it's a lot of research. So I would say that fintech too, they've tried, but they can still do better to, like when they say financial inclusion too, we can see that, yeah, we are trying, but I know that we can, we just started. We just embraced fintech. So I believe that next 4 or 5 years, maybe we'll be saying something different, that we have actually been able to reach Mama Musa. That is just like this guy that presented yesterday, Jebugari. They actually have, we are kind of looking up to them, looking at what they've been able to do and see how many people can replicate it in terms of agri-tech. So to let me use my own.
Interesting. So what I hear us say is, the base is not big enough yet to take the kind of funding that is potentially available out there, but we can grow the base. In growing the base, the showstopper, so to speak. Because imagine if you want to really bank the unbanked. I still do not consider someone in Abuja as unbanked. the only maybe potential part in Lagos.
You'll be surprised.
Okay. So the only place I potentially feel like somebody is unbanked in Lagos, there's this place after my 12. Oh, the name just escapes me. You actually need to take a boat. It's just behind that my 12 market, and it's in Lagos. And you need to literally go on a boat to get to the place. Potentially, maybe that's an unbanked area within a city, right? But I still feel like as long as your solution is still concentrated in the city, you really, maybe the pepper seller and all of those things, you're banking the unbanked, but we've not scratched the surface yet. So we need to grow that base to include other financial services. There's a lot of upfront infrastructure costs. And I think one of the things I would also have to eat is, so there's a huge problem of data availability and data asymmetry. So there are two things. So I pull the data of a location, or if I see a source of data from this location, and I compare the data of the same location from another source, there should be some sort of correlation. So I think for a lot of data that is available, there's a lot of data asymmetry. You can't really trust what is available, which is what then make a lot of organizations want to gather data themselves. So there's part of the upfront infrastructure investment that needs to happen is how are data collected, how are data interpreted, and how are data distributed. So there is a lot of policy around data privacy and the rest of them. What policy must be in place that the data that are being gathered, as much as we're protecting the privacy of the owners of this data, we can still do collective good for the entire ecosystem based on the data, so that there's no replication of infrastructure. So today I have my voter's card, I have BVN.
Exactly. Can we marry it
I have
a particular?
I have everything.
I have
everything.
I have NIN.
Security number.
Sorry? Can we aggregate everything to a social security number for crying out loud? Right? And if I have a social security number, that is already an infrastructure. Can I then have people properly regulated, by the way, leverage on that infrastructure to then create both incremental value? I think one interesting thing before we leave is, I would like to use a case study of how we've been able to unlock value within our sector for the ecosystem or the value chain. And one of the things that I've come to realize is, it doesn't matter the sector you are in, as long as you want to raise money. There are some fundamental principles. So take, for instance, I want to build a story building, I want to build 100 story building. There's one fundamental principle: I must have a foundation. Even if I'm building it on water, I must still have foundation. So those are building blocks that I think, irrespective of the sector you're working in, and you're looking at attracting funding for your business, you really need to put in place. So at Apex, one of the things I did mention is that we try to connect, fund seekers and fund users and fund providers together to facilitate both, at least at this stage, working capital of that value chain, right? And in our work with capital market operators, meaning your fund managers, your brokers, everyone that is within that market, whether it's on the equity side or on the money side, or even venture capitals, what we have realized is there is a lot of fund that wants to go into alternative asset class. So everybody that is sitting on lots of fund, they are tired of, I'm investing in equity for a return, I'm investing in treasury bill for a return, I'm investing in bonds for a return. And private equity, commodities, all form part of your alternative class. However, the question is, where are these potential vehicles to invest in? If I am going to invest, what is the structure in place that will guarantee transparency? And then what is the structure in place that will guarantee that when I take my money in, there's a way my money is going to come back and it won't get MIA, missing in action. Yeah. So that intentionality to create data and transparency for the market is important. So one of the things we did at AFEX, which is a commodities exchange, like your Nigerian stock exchange, albeit instead of trading equity, what we trade is commodity as an alternative asset. Let me put out a disclaimer. We are not a crowdfunding platform. I like to put that out every time. We are not piggy
Very
vests.
important.
We are not crowdfunding farmers. We are a commodities exchange, just like you have your NGX, your former Nigerian stock exchange, just like you have your FMDQ. We are regulated by SEC. We are self-regulating organization. The difference between us and equity market or the money market is the underlying asset that is being traded. On our side, commodity gets securitized into contracts and then they are being traded. On the NGX side, they are just saying a company is valued. We talked about private equity and publicly listed company. And then you're trading the value of that company. On the FMDQ, it's just purely money market, treasury bills, and all of those. So in doing that, there are certain fundamental structures that needed to be in place. In Nigeria, we have smallholder farmers. So if I'm trading a commodities market, right, one of the rules of a commodities market is standardization. So if someone is in US and say, I want to buy maize of certain grade, who is that entity that will standardize it and say, this is a grade 1 maize, it has this moisture content, and all of
A big thank you to all our facilitators and speakers. Thank you so much. Time is up. Please let's round off in about 1 minute and come join the general
So one of the things
session.
that we've been able
Please
to
let's
do
round off
is
in
to
1 minute.
create
Thank you.
that data that shows to contracts and how are those contracts priced such that I can come to the platform and invest X amount of money. I can then do my analysis to say if I buy a contract at 10 naira and I look at price movement, particularly, when maize comes out, okay, the price is low, and then I can say, okay, I bought at 10 naira, I want to exit at 12 naira, right? So the platform, the exchange basically exposes you to that. And because we could provide that transparency, more brokers and fund managers are interested to say, okay, I think I have a portfolio or an asset under management that is worth 50 billion. Can I just take 10% and see how I can diversify my portfolio into the commodity space? So they started investing in things like asset-backed commercial paper. So your commercial paper is what your companies will use in raising money. Now, because commodity is an asset class and it has economic value, and because we can convert commodity from physical into electronic warehouse receipts, I have changed my maize into an electronic warehouse receipt that I can exchange for money. So that made us to unlock lots of funding for processors that want to aggregate or that want to raise working capital, right? And most of these processors, the thing is, because the requirement for a traditional commercial paper market is high, they can't approach the traditional commercial paper market. But now, I want to sell you something, but I'm now securitizing it with something that has economic value. So it automatically increases the credit rating of that entity. So that makes those processors that ordinarily cannot go to the market to raise funds, because they are now having a credit rating that is investment grade.
Thank you so much to all our facilitators.
As of today, we have raised over
Please let's come back to the general session so that we can proceed with our takeaway pictures and close for the day. Thank you very much.
But bottom line is, we have to look around the operations of the ecosystem and create a product that works for their ecosystem, that beats what is available in the traditional market space or within the banking space. So when you're looking for funding, it has to be disruptive. You have to be bringing value, right? So it's not everybody doing pay. If you're doing pay, if you look at a farmer today, when a farmer sells, a farmer is a human being. Right? He has
Please let's wrap up for the sake
what are the
of
other
the
services that the farmer can potentially
virtual
need?
participants.
How do you then
Please
build
let's
those
wrap up
services
so we
and
can
work
come
with an entity
straight
like
to
Apex
the
to
general
produce that service?
session.
It is not
Please
only
let's wrap
payments
up.
that farmers will do now. So that's a clarion call.
Team A, please, are we need to go?
Yes.
Team
and
A.
products that goes beyond payments and credits to other aspects.
Team A, please, can we begin to come back in? Thank you very much. Thank you, Team C. Thank you very much. Team B, please, can we come back in? Please, can we come back in? Team B, Team C, Team A. Thank you very much. Please, let's take our seats again. Thank you very much. Team A, please, can you join the general session? We'd like to take a quick recap of what was discussed in our different breakout rooms, and then we'll take pictures and then we'll close for the day. Team A, please, we're waiting for Team A to please join the general session and come up for the quick takeout sessions, where you're just going to be discussing major takeaways from this session. Please, a round of applause for Team A as they make their way to join the group. Thank you. Please, let's clap for Team A. They're making their way to join us. Team A, please, we're still waiting for you, please. We'd like to begin now. Everyone else is here and would like to go very fast. Thank you so much. Okay, please let's join in. So I'd now like to invite very chairs, and then they will share the major insight from the sessions. Henry, Ina, and Oluwafunto. Please, can you quickly come up? And then we'll take major insight from the sessions. Henry, please, can you quickly come join the session? Oluwafunto from Team C, please, can you come up to join the general session? And then Team B. Henry, Ina, and Oluwafunto, please, we'd like you to come up for general pictures with the COO of Fintech NGR. But that's before you take, or that's after, please come take your seat. Okay, we need 2 more facilitators for the pictures, please. Very quickly, thank you very much. Okay, so what we'll do now is before we take the general pictures, we would like to take a 2-minute recap of the major insights from each team. And please, would like if you would please keep it to 2 minutes. We know a lot has been said. It's been very insightful and empowering over there. But because of time, so that we close early to come back tomorrow, please, would like us to do in 2 minutes insights from your session. Starting with Team A, Henry. Okay. You prefer to sit? 2 seconds, okay. You prefer 2 minutes. You prefer to sit.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. The team the discussion was interesting. So within the team, we had a broad range of people represented. So we had startups, founders. We also had a funder in the mix. And then we had a couple of regulators as well. Some of the things that we reiterated was one, the fact that public markets, funding from the public market is moving towards the private, and this is now driving fintechs, and startups across the globe. Number one. Number two was that even within the private funding or private funding, there is private, and this was a founder talking about the fact that the founders startup fund, the founders fund itself goes a long way, and it is drying up very, very quickly, right? And so because of that, there is need for other people to come in and help. On the flip side, the funder was of the view of the fact that in terms of the setup, in terms of the structure, in terms of the focus and the performance metrics that you show, right? So it's a question of managing those two things. One of the things that we also highlighted during the session was the fact that whilst that the investors in public companies or public markets, some of them are actually flowing their monies into private funds. Right, so what you see, some of the investors in public companies, PFAs, asset managers all across the globe are going ahead to fund PE and VC funds that eventually put the money into startups and grow the company. Another thing that we saw was the rise of special purpose action companies that are coming up, raising public funds and then using it to finance private companies. So those were some of the things that we saw in terms of the trend and in terms of how that impacts the fintech space in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Ina, please. Thank you.
All right, so we had an interesting conversation within our group. So generally we spoke about the trends driving the growth of fintechs and the private equity investors that are backing the fintechs. So first we looked at the trends in terms of funding that has come through from private equity investors, venture capitalist investors and angel investors. We looked at how it trended over time. And we saw how it exploded between 2019 and 2021. And how 2022 is going to break the record, essentially, because what we've seen in half year for investments that have come through is already remarkable. We also looked at what is driving the growth of the fintech space. We spoke about not just the fact that in Nigeria we have a large viable market, but really when you lift the hood, you would find it's really about mobile penetration amongst the unbanked population. And while Nigeria's mobile penetration compared to its other African counterparts appear low, so in the 2019 statistics that we saw had about 100 million out of the 200 million Nigerians having mobile phones. Compared to the other African contemporaries, that penetration seems low. When you look at the absolute number, 50% of Nigeria's population is 100 million. That's more than at least 4 of the African countries combined. So that market really, and the gaps that exist, especially in the financial services space, is really what's creating the opportunities for fintechs to flourish, and by so doing, attracting investments coming through from private equity investors. We finally just talked about what tech startup entrepreneurs should be looking to do to move them into that elite set of startups that are attracting investments coming through into Nigeria and Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Definitely.
Okay, thank you. Short but very insightful and interesting session. Part of so two major recurring theme in the group was number one. Do you think that the base of the fintech is wide enough to continue to attract additional funding? Imagine the kind of funding you have on Wall Street. Do you think we have enough base to attract more funding, or do you think we've reached the end? And one of the interesting things that came up was that fintech in Nigeria, as we have it, is beyond credit and payment. So anytime anybody talk about fintech, you're talking about you're providing payment service or you're providing credit service. And there's a need to step back a moment and look at what does an average financial service consumer needs, and then reevaluate the services that you need to build around them beyond just payments and credit. And that way we can increase the base and of the fintech space and continue to attract more funding. And also we're evaluating that average need of a financial consumer would then help us to create more disruptive innovation rather than the incremental innovation that we currently have. And there was a joke we had to say that everybody, literally all the booths outside, are either this pay or that pay or this credit. We need to have more people that goes beyond payment and credit. So the other question that then came up from that is, yes, people are trying to do more disruptive innovation. However, there's a huge upfront capital that goes into building the basic infrastructure that is then needed for this disruption. A very classic example is data collection. Across every sector in Nigeria, we have either you have data non-availability or you have data asymmetry. That whatever source of data you have, you can't rely on it to build a product that can go to market. So individuals are then beginning to spend a lot of money and time on data gathering. So the question is, how do we address question around data gathering, data interpretation, and data distribution? Because these are very key in building the basic infrastructure that then allow us increase the base of the services that are available within the fintech. One interesting one last one, not the last one, but at least one of the interesting ones that also came up is the role of SDG what is the role of SDG when it comes to investment in startups? And that a lot of the differently enabled individuals operating within that sector are disadvantaged. So how do we then put in, what kind of structure do we need to put in place to then say that for whatever private equity fund that is coming into the market, X amount must be directed towards developing solutions that comes from these differently enabled individuals. Because they have very smart ideas, they have very smart solutions, but the solution literally die with them because they either do not have access to the information of the funders. They are in front of the funders just feel like they might not be able to sustain go-to-market of the product because they are differently enabled compared to what we have within that landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our speakers. Okay, a big thank you to all our speakers who led the breakout session. Now time for pictures. Please, I'd like you to come together to the middle of the stage. And I'd like to invite the COO of Fintech NGR, Dr. Babatunde Obrima, to please join them for pictures. Okay, thank you very much. A big thank you to all our virtual audience and physical audience who are joining in. You know, people are joining in from different parts of the world. I think on that note, our virtual audience deserve a round of applause. They're sitting at home. Please just clap for our virtual audience. Participants who are joining resume tomorrow with networking breakfast at 8 a.m. Tomorrow promises to be insightful, to be fun. You know, it gets better by the day, so it gets much more interesting. Please join us 8 a.m. tomorrow for networking breakfast, and then we have insightful sessions. There's another breakout session, and there's so much more. Before you go, please scan the QR code on the table so that you get a sense of what's coming tomorrow. Get to see the brochure, get to see the program, and know what's coming tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor to host this event. See you tomorrow. My name is Temi Badru.
ProShare, Nigeria's leading financial information hub, recently published an incisive report titled The Anatomy of Crude Oil Theft in Nigeria, Understanding the Graft, Impacts and Implications, preferring solutions to what has become a major issue of national concern.
I think the report is very comprehensive. It goes very deep in analyzing it to the extent that I'm not surprised, or indeed, let me
ProShare, Nigeria's leading financial information hub, recently published an incisive report titled The Anatomy of Crude Oil Theft in Nigeria, Understanding the Graft, Impacts and Implications, preferring solutions to what has become a major issue of national concern.
I think the report is very comprehensive. It goes very deep in analyzing it to the extent that I'm not surprised, or indeed, let me say, I will not be surprised if some of the progress we are seeing today in terms of the reawakening of government's interest to deal with this as a result of the ProShare report, because that report was bang on time, was very timely, was perfectly timed, so that when you read it, it's very compelling to the extent that you cannot read that report and then allow the status quo to continue. We will have no future without that. But the report is excellent. I love it.
A copy of the report goes for 150,000 naira only. You can send in your other inquiries to business@proshare.co. Are you an online trading operator or are you an active online trader? How will you rate your online trading performance this year? ProShare Nigeria Limited is set to release the 8th Nigerian Online Trading Ranking Report. In this regard, a survey is being carried out. We need your input. This year's survey is designed as an annual follow-up review of the online trading portals in the Nigerian financial markets. For sponsorship and advert placements in the reports, contact business@proshare.co.